Evening, everyone.
Evening.
It is 6 o'clock, so the work session for mayor and council for December 4th is called to order. Ms. Rainey, can we have our roll call, please?
Yes, this is the roll call for work session meeting, December 4th, 2023. Mayor Butler,
Present.
Councilmember James,
Present.
Councilmember Anton,
Good evening, everybody. How's everybody doing?
Councilmember Gutierrez,
Present.
Councilmember Aiken Wells,
Here.
Councilmember Mears.
Here.
Mayor Butler, you have a quorum.
Hello.
Thank you very much. Old business. Council discussion and approval of changes to the IGA between the city. I omitted an item, the approval of tonight's agenda. From what I understand, we have 3 amendments. The first one is our 2024 calendar for holidays. Holidays. The next one is our 2024 work and regular session calendar. And Mr. Williams, what was the other one?
MOU between the city of Riverdale and Forest Park for EMT training.
And that was the third one. So is there a motion to adopt tonight's agenda with those 3 additions?
So move.
That was Councilman Antoine. Is there a second?
Second.
That was Councilman Mears. All in favor?
Uh,
All right. I only heard 2 ayes, so we're gonna do a roll call.
Wait,
Councilwoman James.
Point of order. Are we voting during the work session?
Well, we are amending the agenda to include those items for discussion.
You
Oh, for
can
discussion?
vote to amend the work session
Work session,
agenda,
okay.
and you'll do it again for the regular session agenda.
Okay.
Okay, Councilman Antoine,
aye.
Councilman Gutierrez, Councilwoman Wells,
Yes.
and Councilman Mears.
Yeah.
Thank you. Item 1, council discussion and approval of changes to the IGA between the city and the URA. Background and history. This item was previously discussed at the November 6th, 2023 council work session. However, it was inadvertently left off of the regular session agenda that night. The attached intergovernmental agreement between the city and URA is the same as it was previously presented, and the staff recommends approval. Any questions or comments, Councilwoman James,
No, ma'am.
Councilman Antoine,
No, man.
Councilman Gutierrez, Councilwoman Wells,
No.
and Councilman Mears?
Well.
All right, thank you. New business, item 2. Council discussion and approval of a resolution to apply for HUD funding through the 2024 Community Development Block Grant Program. Background and history. On Tuesday, November 28th, 2023, Clayton County Office of Grants Administration hosted its 2024 application workshops for the county's HUD-funded grant initiatives, which included the Community Development Block Grant, Emergency Solutions Grant, Programs and Home Investment Partnership. This process was open to county departments, local municipalities, currently in a cooperation agreement with Clayton County, nonprofit groups, and local businesses serving low and moderate income households and/or communities within Clayton County. The application period opened on November 29th and ends on December 14th at 4 p.m. Mr. Clark, anything you'd like to add?
Yes, ma'am. Mayor and Council, as you know, annually we apply for the CDBG grant program through Clayton County as a way to subsidize several projects within the city of Forest Park. This is no different than previous years, and we're just seeking approval to apply for said funds. As you know, we've been funded for the last 2 to 3 years through this program. We want continuity in obtaining these grant funds from the county.
Thank you. Questions or comments? Councilwoman James? Councilman Antoine?
No, it sounds good.
Councilman Gutierrez? Councilwoman Wells?
No.
And Councilman Mears?
Oh, wow.
Thank you. Item 3, council discussion and approval of the rollout of the City of Forest Park's Housing Rehabilitation Program for senior residents, AKA our legacy residents, of owner-occupied housing in the city. Background and history. The American Rescue Plan Act of 2021 appropriated funds that local municipalities could use to aid disproportionately impacted households and communities. Such improvements will increase the lifespan of the City of Forest Park's housing stock, work to address housing inequities, and stabilize home values for the neighborhood and the resident who were significantly impacted during the Great Recession and COVID-19 pandemic. Anything you'd like to add, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Me and Ms. Warrior, our senior management analyst, will tackle this. Mayor and council, I know that for a number of years, actually 3 years to be exact, there's been talk about this grant program. When I came in May of this year, I spoke to the governing body about bringing it in-house so that we can save the funds on the front end, because the contractor that had bid on this project wanted to charge an exorbitant amount of $400,000. And I felt that this would be better served with us doing it in-house and leveraging that $400,000 to award more grants. We've packaged this, since we know there was some delay. We've packaged this as a gift to our community from our governing body members. And so we're super excited to present this to all of you tonight. And I'll let Ms. Warrior, speak to the governing body about what we've done thus far.
Thank you very much. And it gives me pleasure to address you, Madam Mayor, our city manager, and our distinguished elected officials, and all of our guests tonight. I am absolutely thrilled to share with you the unveiling of the housing rehabilitation program that is also known as the HOME program, for all of the reasons that Mr. Clark has already said. I'm reminded that service as a public servant is not only a privilege, but it's an honor, especially for all of the residents of our community, and in particular, our senior residents, also known as our legacy residents, as Mr. Clark reminds us. And so we are delighted to roll out the homeowners maintenance enhancement program, otherwise known as HOME, for residents that meet certain eligibility requirements. And this, you know what, let's just take it away. We have put together a video, and we want to kick it off with all of you tonight. And I'd like to ask Mr. Cox, if you don't mind, please roll the video.
Absolutely fantastic.
Thank you so much. And as you might imagine, it takes a team to achieve anything. So I'd love to salute our city manager because this really was his vision to have this video. So thank you, Mr. Clark, as well as all of our team who played a pivotal part in doing this, our communications staff, our IT staff, our code enforcement team, and of course, the star of the hour is with us, Mrs. Hartsfield. And Mrs. Hartsfield, if you would. Mrs. Hartsfield allowed us into our home, and she personifies the epitome of our legacy residents. And so I hope that you'll be able to tell how excited we are. We are invigorated about the opportunity to bring this to our city, and we are looking for the best for our seniors. Now, I need to share with you that there is an application process. And so, Mr. Cox, if you would share that. The application will become available this week on Friday, December 8th. There is an application period that closes on Friday, February 9th. And this is a comprehensive application. It details the income requirements. There is a minimum of $1,500 and a maximum of $10,000. The other thing that you should know about this is that our city will manage the inspection process. All of the awards will go directly to contractors. A part of the application process includes 3 different estimates that must be obtained by the homeowner. And so we are excited about this. We anticipate that repairs will begin in March 1st, and will go just about 2 months. If you will continue to scroll, I'd love to be able to share what types of repairs we are talking about. There they are. Thank you so much. And so we're looking at minor plumbing, re-roofing. We're looking at leaky toilets, the replacement of windows, and those type of essential items that will enhance housing for our legacy residents. The application again will be online beginning on Friday, and we're looking for an awesome turnout with this.
Absolutely.
Are there any questions?
Yes, ma'am.
And
Councilwoman James?
Yes, thank you so much for this. Do we have any push cards that we can pass out to our seniors?
we will have those
Okay.
this week.
And the other thing I want to share to that point, Ms. Pauline and I, we're also looking at, we know the holidays are upon us, but also going around and having listening sessions to where we share with individuals how to receive these grant dollars. If you look at communities around the world that has done this type of a program, we have to be ever so careful that there is not any fraudulent activities, meaning a contractor taking the money and then not doing the actual repairs. And so through our Office of Procurement, we're going to work on creating some form of a list without us saying this is our official list, so that the residents can use that list of general contractors that have already came through a process of being bonded, licensed, and insured.
Absolutely. I believe our Office of Procurement, Mr. Jeter, is represented, and we've already begun those discussions.
And another question I have is, will we have a station or some sort set up maybe through City Hall if they don't have internet or they don't have access to a computer? They can come by City Hall and fill out the application.
Absolutely. One of the reasons why I wanted to bring this grant program in-house is because typically, or more so than not, when you see these type of grant applications, the residents shy away from it because the application process is so tedious. And so what we're prepared to do is showcase to all of our employees how to do it so that when they come in, we're able to assist them from step A to step B, because I think the appropriation that Mayor Butler has spoke of, that this council has approved, is $1.3 million. And so while we are focusing on the legacy residents right now, what we plan on doing is doing it in waves. So once we focus on the legacy residents, we're then going to the general residents, and we're going to go all the way down to even trying to see if it's legal for us to go to commercial properties.
Any other questions or comments? Councilman Antoine?
Yes, this is definitely music to my ears. If there's anything that I could do to share the word, I'm here for you. My Ward 2 has a lot of need in terms of seniors, and I'm shouting out for them. Let me know what I could do to work with you. Thank you.
Thank you,
Councilman
Councilman.
Gutierrez.
We intend to deluge all the rewards. So thank you. We hope that this is helpful for everyone to take advantage of.
Yes.
Thank you.
Councilman Gutierrez?
Yeah, thank you so much. Love the video. I did have a question as far as the income, like what are those numbers?
And so I'm so glad that you asked. It is all of the numbers that the US government deems as poverty level, as you might imagine. And so we're looking at the federal poverty guidelines that were amended in April of 2022. And so this also will be available on the website, but I'll take a moment just for your listening pleasure. And so citizens cannot make more than what is listed here. So for example, a person who is in the home as one resident can't make any more than $25,000 and change. 2 residents in the home can't make any more than $33,000. 3 residents, $42,600 a year. 4 residents, $51,300 a year, and so on.
Okay, thank you. And just really happy we rolled this out. I remember hearing a citizen outside the senior center when I went to bingo night, saying that we had brought this up, but it never came to fruition. So, these things take time, and we got to make sure we do it the right way. So, we're gonna be sharing all this throughout the community. Maybe have and host some listening sessions, like you said. But thank you so much for your hard work, staff.
Oh, thank you.
Councilwoman Wells?
Yes, thank you so much, Ms. Warrior. I would just like to thank all of you. The video was absolutely amazing. And Mr. Clark, he called me and he was asking about the video, what the governing body would think, and I was like, I'm a little late, but that's just doing too much, just being transparent. And then I was like, but if that's what you want to do, then okay, go ahead and do it. And I think it was absolutely amazing. And Javon and Kwame, I don't know if they are in here, but you all are so amazing. Like, you make one great team. And just thank you to you, Mr. Clark, for all that you do, for bringing this into, well, I know we approved it, but it's been a while, and you came in and you made it happen. So just thank the governing body members for voting on it, because it's what our residents need. And I think it's great. And I do think y'all need to go over to Blue Star and Director walk over there. Y'all need to go to Blue Star and try to get in acting. Y'all be No, but thank you all so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Mayor
Councilor.
Butler,
Yes,
if
sir.
you would, I did not recognize that our press secretary, Mr. Javon Lord, and Mr. Kwame, our multimedia specialists, if they could please stand so the community knows who's in charge of these graphics and video on the back end.
Councilman Mears?
Yes, ma'am. I want to thank you for that presentation. I think they've asked most of the questions, but I just want Ms. Hartsfield to remain after the meeting for her autograph.
And I completely echo the sentiments of my colleagues. Thank you to everyone who put this together. And this is really an exciting time. And I could not think of a better way to end the year than with this gift to our residents. So thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for your confidence.
Item 4, council discussion and approval of an agreement for 3 additional card reader purchases with Tyler Software. With the addition of Fire Station 3, the Forest Park, Police Department, in conjunction with the Department of Finance, is upgrading the point of sales terminals. This will provide the constituents with the flexibility of an additional payment location for court services. The point of sale terminals will include upgraded security features, including contactless payments by card and our mobile devices, with the initial cost of $1,587 for the payment terminals and an ongoing ongoing annual cost of $540 for software licensing and maintenance. The upgrade will optimize the reconciliation process by having all municipal payments within one payment portal. Good evening, Mr. Wiggins.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Yes, with this, the additional card readers, this will allow more flexibility to the residents to make payments at more than one site. We have the locations, we have one going in the Fire Station 3 and 2 going into the courts. And staff is asking for your approval.
Thank you. Councilwoman James? Councilman Antoine?
No.
Councilman Gutierrez? No. Councilwoman Wells?
No.
And Councilman Mears?
No, ma'am.
All right, thank you. And what item was that? That was 4. Number 5, council discussion and approval of a contract for accounts payable automation with Tyler Software. Background and history. With the ongoing efforts to move the city of Forest Park forward with a digitization strategy presented within the fiscal year 23-24 financial budget hearing, the Department of Finance is seeking to upgrade our current accounts payable process. With this upgrade, the city of Forest Park will be able to pay suppliers more efficiently and securely while making the bank reconciliation process more simplified. This will increase departmental transparency by allowing the city of Forest Park to instantaneously view the status of payments in real time, streamline the day-to-day payment process, all while eliminating paper from our workflow. Most importantly, this will strengthen our relationship with vendors locally and abroad. Mr. Wiggins?
Yes. Good evening again, Mayor and Council. Yes, with this AP automation that we're getting from Tyler, this would definitely cut down on, it would speed up payment to the vendors. Opposed to mailing checks out, would take 5 to 10 days. This would be right at 1 to 2 days. And this will speed up the process. It also would help streamline and make everything quicker on doing our bank reconciliation. So that's gonna help out the finance department and getting the financials out monthly.
Thank you. Councilwoman James?
No questions. Thank you.
Councilman Antoine?
No, thank you.
Councilman Gutierrez?
I'm just excited about this resource. It's really frustrating to, dealing with vendors or events sometimes and how long it would take. So I'm happy that you've implemented this. Thank you for that, Mr. Wiggins.
Oh, no problem.
Councilwoman Wells?
No, thank you.
And Councilman Mears?
No, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Item 6, council discussion and approval of a request to change the job title of administrative supervisor to office coordinator in the Planning and Community Development Department. Background and history. Planning and Community Development would like to modify their organizational chart by changing the job title of administrative supervisor to office coordinator. Based on the duties of an administrative supervisor, the office coordinator title would be more in line with the duties the current employee performs. The jobs are in the same pay grade. This position will not be supervising anyone. However, this position handles all of the administrative tasks within the department and serves as backup in the department when needed. The Planning and Community Development Director is requesting to increase the salary for this position from $54,000, which would be to $54,000, which would be comparable to other office coordinators in the city. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening.
Planning Community Development Department is seeking to change the title of the administrative supervisor position to an office coordinator. As is stated in the background and summary, the office coordinator will be more in line with this position because the administrative supervisor position title is not, the current employee is not currently doing those duties. So basically what this would do is realign and make sure that this person is being paid comparably with other office coordinators. As you know, a few months ago, the Planning and Community Development Department, they transferred their staff assistant over to the Community Development Department. So this role will be doing all administrative duties for the Planning and Community Development Department, but will not be supervising anyone.
Thank you. Councilwoman James?
Is this a position that's already filled?
Yes, someone is already in this position. Her current title is administrative supervisor, but after careful review, it was noticed that the duties did not align with what she was doing.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilman Antoine,
I take your recommendation.
Councilman Gutierrez,
Thank you as well.
Councilwoman Wells.
Yes, what is the salary now if it's going up to 54,000?
Right now, it's like 47.5.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilman Mears.
No question.
All right.
Mayor Butler,
Yes, sir.
one of the things I would like to share is when we started looking at this historically, and I think Director Brown, what she was saying was the position that community development had, that staff assistant went to code enforcement.
Right.
And so with I guess it's the office clerk, permits technician, when they moved over to the courts and we started looking at these positions, this position in fact had an employee. Well, if you have a director and you only have 6 or 7 staff people, you don't need to have all of those different levels of management. It just didn't work. But when we started digging, Director Brown brought to my attention that for whatever reason, the predecessor of this position that may have left 1.5 years, 2 years ago, actually started out at this amount of money. And so we can't figure out what happened, but to streamline it across the city with these various office coordinator style positions, this is just an attempt to fix it and correct it.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Item 7, council discussion and approval of the Transportation Services Businesses Text Amendment, background and history. Thank you. Chapter 8, Articles A, B, and C of the Code of Ordinances, specifically the zoning ordinance, does not clearly address the use of certain transportation businesses, such as taxi cabs and limousine services, taxi and limousine dispatch and storage service, and ambulance services in the city of Forest Park. The proposed legislation request is to amend the Code of Ordinances to clearly specify the uses of such businesses in certain zoning districts in the city. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and Council and City Manager.
Good evening.
How are you all today?
Excellent.
How are you?
Bless.
Great. All right. So recently, we've been seeing a surge in transportation requests within our department. So based on the current code and the lack thereof of clarity for certain business types, we decided to review this information within the zoning ordinance. The zoning code didn't clarify specifically where the businesses are allowed. So in order to assist the need of our proposed customers, we opted to do an amendment to the text to provide a more clarity as far as where these locations can be located.
Thank you, Councilwoman James.
No questions, thank you.
Councilman Antoine.
Appreciate it.
Councilman Gutierrez.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Wells.
Thank you.
And Councilman Mears.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item 8, council discussion and approval of GIS and mapping services with Clayton County. Background and history. The Planning and Community Development Department has to amend its zoning and future land use maps from time to time based on rezoning requests and other changes that may develop, such as information related to the census. To ensure that our maps and GIS parcels are up to date, it is necessary to have an entity that is readily responsive. We would like to engage in a discussion with Clayton County to determine if a partnership is feasible for its community development GIS division to assist with this service. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, so based on this information, we would like to request a discussion with Clayton County to partner and assist the Community Development Department, Planning and Community Development Department with our mapping and GIS services so we can provide more maps or readily information to the public as needed. Within this provision, these services are on a 40-hour block of time, but that time has expired. It would be more feasible that if the county were to agree to partner with us as a whole, and based on this discussion with the county, if the county approves an agreement and cost for services would ensure that we would be able to adequately serve.
Thank you, Councilwoman James.
No questions, thank you.
Councilman Antoine.
No brainer.
Councilman Gutierrez. Councilwoman Wells.
No,
And
thank you.
Councilman Mears.
No, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Item 9, council discussion and approval on the review and approval of the updated 2023 City of Forest Park Comprehensive Plan. Background and history. The update of the 2023 Comprehensive Plan for the City of Forest Park began earlier this year. Over the course of this process, the steering committee met 2 times A public hearing, a public open house was held for the public to engage, ask questions, and provide feedback. And 2 public hearings were held at city council meetings. Residents and stakeholders also had an opportunity to participate in this process through online surveys that were available on the city's social media platforms and website. The City of Forest Park's 2023 updated comprehensive plan was approved by the Georgia Department of Community Affairs, is presented to the City Council for review and to adopt the 2023 City of Forest Park Comprehensive Plan Update. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, the Department of Community Affairs has approved the city's updated comprehensive plan. Although the plan is still within the review period, and it is stated to end December 7th. If council has any questions, comments, we are applying to be able to answer all the questions that you have regarding the comprehensive plan update and its adoption. And staff will provide additional information from the Atlanta Regional Commission. Once the comprehensive plan is adopted, we will provide notice to the city and our residents via the city's website and legal organ of circulation, noting how residents and stakeholders can review the adopted plan.
Thank you. Councilwoman James?
No.
Councilman Antoine?
Yeah, I would be interested on seeing how that circulation goes about.
I'll be sure to make sure that you have that information.
Yes, I want to be engaged.
Okay.
Councilman Gutierrez?
That was part of the planning with the meeting. So just very excited to, roll this out and, just for us to, use it as a guide map within everything we're doing, because it was a conglomerate of the community, different stakeholders, our employees, and a lot of stuff came up that might be some blind spots, that we have. So I'm excited to roll it out, and I want a copy also, because they attach it to the agenda. That's why we have 300 pages on here.
Councilwoman Wells?
No, thank you.
Councilman Mears? All right, thank you. Hold on, where we at? What number? 10. Council discussion and approval of the digitization agreement for planning and community development processes. Background and history. Through the vision of moving the City of Forest Park forward in our development of a concierge service model, the Planning and Community Development Department has been making strides to update current processes and the way day-to-day business is handled to become more customer-focused. With the current manual process in effect, there are multiple paper applications, and residents, developers, and potential new business owners have to come into the office and apply to make payments for any proposed projects. This has caused slower processing times, inefficiencies, and a consumption of valuable time for both the applicant and staff. By updating the current software, this digital transformation has the power to radically change how the City of Forest Park's planning and community development operates moving forward. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, so I just want to elaborate on this a little bit. Previously, back in June, there was a presentation of the digitization strategy made to mayor and council regarding our processes and the way we do business on a day-to-day to assist with the moving our customers forward. And then last month, Mayor Butler made a presentation on the Leaf Life, which also fell in line with what we were projecting as far as moving the city forward in the different processes. Within this, we're planning to come into an agreement with Tyler Technologies to update all of our application processes, allow customer facing to allow our customers to apply online in the portal, as well as make payments, and limit them having to come into the office for face-to-face contact. Not saying we're shying them away from that, but allowing them to have the option to be able to apply and to do business from anywhere, whether they're in the city or outside of the city. So this just makes the process a lot easier for everyone.
Thank you. Councilwoman James?
No questions, thank you.
Councilman Antoine?
Thank you. Really do appreciate that.
Councilman Gutierrez?
Thank you, ma'am.
Councilwoman Wells?
No, thank you.
And Councilman Mears?
Thank
All right, thank you. Item 11, council discussion and approval of lot yard standards amendment to section 8-8-73 of the Code of Ordinances. Background and history. The proposed amendment adds a new subsection C, commonly owned lots, to section 8-8-73 of the Code of Ordinances. This amendment clarifies that setbacks currently referenced in subsections 8-8-73B, 1, 2, and 3 may be disregarded when a structure is intended to be built on contiguous individual parcels or lots under common ownership. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, so based on a review of our current code of ordinances and a few as far as the requests that we're receiving from the city, there has been instances where property owners who own contiguous lots or lots in parallel with each other are not able to review. They're having to meet the current setback requirements, whether it be 10 feet side yard setback, 25 feet front, or 30-foot rear. So within this update to the code, it's just basically saying if you own contiguous lots and properties adjacent or next to each other, the setbacks do not apply to you at that time. So that property owners, they're able to build or make adjustments on their property if they're owning contiguous lots at one time.
Thank you very much. Councilwoman James.
Yes, I do have a question regarding setbacks. I know that in the past, we've had people that want to build on our the lots that we have. And because, you know, back in the day, we had a lot of land and we were preserving all the land that we had. And so what I've heard is that some builders and developers are running into issues with our current code as far as setbacks. A lot of people don't want as much land as we used to have. Are we addressing that in any way?
Currently, that information is under review within the code, depending upon where in the zoning district that there is in question for any issues. I know modern builders, you know, like you stated, previously there was a lot more land, but now they're using more lot width to build, you know, what they're proposing. So that is being looked at in the code. And regarding this is just mainly so if I'm a property owner or a builder and I own 3 lots that are next to each other, I'm able to bypass what is in the code for those setbacks so that I can build based on the need currently.
Thank you.
Councilman Antoine.
No.
Councilman Gutierrez. Councilwoman Wells.
No.
And Councilman Mears. All right, thank you. Council discussion and approval of a resolution to authorize the extension of service agreement with Croft and Associates. Background and history. In 2020, the city engaged Croft and Associates to provide on an as-needed basis technical, professional, architectural and engineering design services for various city projects as broadly described in the original scope of services. The initial term of the service agreement for on-call city services between the city and Croft Associates expired on November 16th of 2023. The city has the right to renew the service agreement for one additional 2-year term. Based on the high level of satisfaction with their work, the Department of Planning and Community Development is requesting approval of the renewal. Oh, hello, Mr. Shelby.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and distinguished city council members.
Good evening.
The next 3 resolutions are resolutions to authorize us to extend the service agreements with Croft, with Falcon Engineers, and also with Precision Planning. Croft and Associates are already working on Star Park with us. And this 1 2-year extension will allow Falcon as the city's engineer to not only work on the capital projects, but also work on plan review for the Planning and Community Development Department and also Public Works. Falcon also works with Public Works. So they work with a lot of departments. And the Precision resolution to extend their service agreement is also a 1 2-year extension. And Precision Planning is also working on Rite Aid and City Center and the joint operations with police and fire.
Thank you. Councilwoman James.
No questions. Thank you. Good to see you.
Good to see
Councilman
you.
Antoine. Councilman
Thank you.
Gutierrez. Councilwoman Wells?
No,
And
thank you.
Councilman Mears?
No, ma'am.
All right, item 13 is the same premise, but it's with Falcon Design.
Yeah, no questions.
Any questions on that?
No.
It's extending the contract for 1 2-year term. And then item 14 is the same service agreement extension, but with Precision Planning. Any questions and comments?
No.
Councilwoman James, Councilman Antoine,
Not right
Councilman
now.
Gutierrez, Councilwoman Wells,
No.
and Councilman Mears.
No.
All right, thank you. That's
welcome.
14. Item 15. Council discussion and approval to purchase 5 police cars for the police department. Background and history. Historically, vehicle acquisitions were tailored to meet staffing needs, but due to the recent decrease in vacancies, the existing fleet does not align with the current requirements. At present, the police department has 5 unfilled positions, marking the lowest vacancy rate in the past 15 years. Yes, that's amazing. Yeah.
Sorry.
That was great news. Consequently, the Forest Park Police Department is aiming to procure 5 Ford Explorers at a total cost of $235,157 from local forfeitures. This investment is intended to address immediate vehicle needs, align with current staffing levels, and contribute to the overarching mission of the police department. Good evening, Chief.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council.
Good evening.
So these 5 vehicles are going to fulfill our needs, I hope, as it relates to our aging fleet and our shortage of vehicles. And these last 5 vehicles will be issued to our civilian staff or administrative staff. And that's all I have.
Councilwoman James, questions or comments?
This is not related. This is similar. It's in public safety. I am in favor of this. And I also want to look into, and this is, I guess is for Chief Clemens, look into our ambulance services. I think we need to go ahead and put that in the books too. We need to order another one because, because it takes a while, I think, for them to do it. And I know we're growing. And I know we had an incident maybe a few months ago where we had to have another ambulance service used. So I want council to really think about that as well. So Chief Clemens, whenever you're ready to bring it up, we're ready.
So I do think, to your point, I do think that there is an ongoing study. This came up when I visited Linda Way Station 2 weeks ago, but there's a formula by in which the fire department uses to assess when they need more ambulances. And Ms. James, we're right there with you. When the incident happened that night, the first question I asked of Chief Clemens was, does that mean we need additional ambulances in the city? So that'll be something that we'll cover at the strategic planning retreat, where we'll have all of the costs associated, so that, I don't want to explain it the wrong way, but I think the goal is to have an ambulance at every station.
Yes.
Chief Clemens, if you want, Mayor Butler, if you would like, we just
Absolutely.
spoke about this.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council.
Good evening.
Yes, we do typically have an ambulance at every station. We are 1 short in the hole for replacement, so that's supposed to be pushed ahead. But yes, in addition to our ISO study, that will give us the right of way to increase our services and expand our ambulances throughout the city. So it's just more study and cost effective. And I'll have the illustrious EMS Joe Meany at the next council meeting presenting.
Thank you.
Mayor Butler, just one point of clarity for the chief, so that if this item is approved, it is correct. So the item reads that Chief Chris is using $235,000 from his local forfeiture funds. But I think that's in addition to the $150,000 that we are requesting from the general fund to offset the cost of these 5 Ford Explorers, plus equipments and upfitting them. I thought our agreement was to kick in $150,000.
Yes, the $150,000 will be for the upfitting of the vehicles.
Okay. I just want to be clear, because that's not in this item, and we'll need to approve it simultaneously, because he can't purchase an upfit with $235,000.
That is correct. That $235,000 is just for the actual vehicles. The $150,000 will be for the upfitting of those vehicles.
And I think the $150,000, Mr. Wiggins, is coming from My apologies. I just caught that on the agenda.
No, it's okay. The 150,000 is gonna come from our contingency fund.
Okay.
And yeah, it's coming from the contingency fund.
Okay, so the motion would be to approve. using the forfeit fund and then the 100 and something from the general fund?
Yes, so, yes, ma'am. So the forfeiture funds and the contingency, and we're at 400 plus, I believe, in contingency right now to offset that cost.
How much is that
$150,000, I believe, is what we
Yes.
agreed on.
We are.
Okay,
from the contingency?
yes. The
Okay.
original course was 500.
Councilwoman Wells.
Yes,
Oh.
thank you, Chief.
Oh, I did-
Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry.
Did I?
Go ahead.
Councilman
She
Antoine, you
did
have
skip you,
anything?
Councilman.
Chief,
I
it's
got
always
upset.
the good news. Congratulations.
Skip you.
And on behalf of the city, thank you for keeping us safe. God bless you.
Thank you, Councilman Gutierrez. Make it
Thank you.
good.
Thank you. Yeah, if you wouldn't have won that softball game, I would have said no. But since you did win that, you got to give the champions what they need. So
I appreciate that. And the fire department's been real quiet here lately. So
no backflips. No, I will say also, just Chief, I will definitely continue that community policing. We have the money for these things. At no means, please feel the pressure of having to make these funds up with tickets to our people. Let's continue doing the work that we're doing. The members of the community really appreciate seeing y'all out there. The presence is definitely known. So, at one point somebody sat up there and said, we're having trouble with finding people and all this stuff, and you found this magical cure. So hopefully you don't leave us because you got the sauce that made it, you hired a full staff. So thank you for that.
my pleasure.
Councilwoman Wells.
Yeah, I think you should have just skipped on over Councilman Gutierrez because he said, make sure you write the tickets to our people to make up for this.
Don't.
Oh,
okay.
I was gonna say, yeah, I think a lot of people misheard you, so I'm glad you clarified that. No. Oh, Lord. No, thank you. You scared me. Thank you, Chief. No, I was gonna say, is no way that we can, since we know that and I know this is about the police department and y'all got what y'all wanted already, what y'all needed, but is no way we can add the ambulance to the agenda tonight and approve it, since this is something that we know they need? Why do we have to wait?
So I think I would feel more comfortable with them finalizing the work that they're already doing. I think that's the more
okay.
professional way to do it. I can't remember. Matter of fact, Jill Meany just told me what it was called 2 weeks ago, but I can't think of it. But we'll have something prepared for our strategic planning retreat in January. But they're going through it right now, I believe.
Oh, okay.
I think.
Mears.
Yes, ma'am. I'm always happy to see when the city is taking care of the people. So whatever equipment, I'm in favor of whatever it takes to get it to where we're 100%.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Item number 16, council discussion and approval to purchase 15 Dell laptops in the amount of $25,396.50. Background and history. Due to outdated and insufficient computers, the police department is seeking to purchase 15 Dell laptops, which can offer the functionality and flexibility needed to perform work tasks effectively. With approval, the purchase will be funded by Red Speed in the amount of $25,396.50. You have the floor, sir.
Yes, so with this, with our few vacancies we have, we need additional laptop computers to outfit our officers on the road. We have this funding available through our Red Speed account, which is not going to cost the taxpayers any additional money. So this will give us 15 additional laptops for officers to have in the field.
Councilwoman James,
No questions, thank you.
Councilman Antoine,
No brainer.
Councilman Gutierrez, Councilwoman Wells.
No.
And Councilman Mears.
Ma'am, not at this time.
Okay, item 17, council discussion and approval to transfer a service weapon. Background and history. Pursuant to the higher incentive approved by mayor and council, an employee who has reached 25 years of service is privy to his or her service weapon. The Forest Park Police Department requests to transfer a Glock 22 to Curtis Averhart, who retired on July 21st, 2021, with 25 years of service to the department. There is no cost associated with this transfer.
Yes, so Officer Curtis Averhart worked for the city of Forest Park for 25 years, and part of our hiring incentive is If a member of law enforcement reaches 25 years, they are eligible to receive their duty weapon. And so this is just legislation being brought forth for permission to move forward with this transfer.
Councilwoman James,
Thank you. No questions.
Councilman Antoine,
Now I know.
Councilman Gutierrez.
I am curious, Chief, does it go like on a mount on the wall or they just take the gun?
Yeah, he can carry it. It'll still be fully functional.
Okay.
Councilwoman Wells,
Maybe they just.
Councilman Mears.
Yes, the main thing that concerns me, I'm for it, but the liability end of it, as far as we're taking it out of stock, out of the city's name and all that kind of stuff, just to clear the city if something were to go south with it, you know what I'm saying?
Yes, so Attorney Williams would prepare a contract that releases the city of all liability prior to the transfer. And that would have to be signed prior to us transferring the weapon.
Mayor Butler, if you
Yes, sir.
will. So Attorney Williams, as this is my first time dealing with this, there would have to be some declaration of surplus if the city purchased the item, right? Or are we just transferring it out so that we can release it from our depreciation schedule?
This is a transfer pursuant to policy, so it doesn't have to be declared surplus because it's still useful. It's still fully functional, but we do have a contract already for this, a document we use for transfer of these items. So, but you do not need a declaration of surplus.
And just one final question for Chief Chris Mayor Butler. With it being so long in between, did the officer already have the weapon or was it just housed here?
It's been housed here. It was just was not completed by the prior administration.
Thank you. Item 18, council discussion and approval to enter a contract for task order number 2023.02 with Falcon Design for the construction drawings for Waldrop Drive curbs and sidewalks in the amount of $40,000. Background and history. The Public Works Department is seeking the approval of council for task order number 2023.02 in the amount of $40,000 to enter a contract with Falcon Designs for the construction drawings of the new sidewalk and curb along Waldrop Drive. Funding will come from the American Rescue Fund. Once all parties have signed the contract with Falcon Designs to begin the construction drawings, we will then be closer to a start date. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor.
Good evening.
City Manager.
Good evening.
Even.
Basically, we're entering into this contract. They've already did a concept phase. And then this is just the next step to sort of be transparent of where all the funds are going. And in your packet, you'll see a breakdown in the contract of where all the 40,000 will be going.
Thank you, Councilwoman James.
So happy. I'm so happy. I'm happy. This has been a long time coming. And I have advocated for Waldrop Drive for a long time. We have two apartment complexes there, and it's too close to the middle school. Well, not where they're being housed right now, but the new construction of the middle school to ride the bus, so they have to walk. So there's a lot of foot traffic on that road, and it's hilly. So this is a long time coming. Thank you so much.
Councilman Antoine?
On Waldrop, one side of it is whose side?
It's going to be on your side.
What you do for one, you gotta do for the other, right? You gotta do that, boss.
Mayor Butler, if you will, I want to be clear, and I just asked staff to get the list. This particular road sidewalk is part of the ARPA approved sidewalks that was approved by this governing body 2 to 3 years ago. For whatever reason, it's taking staff this long to get it to this point. And so for transparency purposes, I wanted to put it on the agenda so that you know what's going on once you start seeing the work. But this is a part of that approved list. I have staff pulling the list because there's another sidewalk on that list, and I don't know what it is, Mr. Jinks.
Would you like me to?
Please.
Inform Mayor and Council? We have Rock Cut Road that's already got construction drawings and they're working on purchasing right of way.
Whose ward is that?
Rock Cut Road, that's gonna be Hector Ward 3. And then you got Waldrop Drive, that's 1 and 2. And then Miss Wells.
Okay.
We're in the process of purchasing the last of the right of way. And once we get the right of way, then it can go out. to bid.
And that's Linda Way.
That's Linda Way.
And so Mr. Jenks shared with me as we were combing through this list that we already know that the amount that was approved through this list doesn't reflect the amount that's necessary for the actual work, for the infrastructure. So for Rock Cut was approved for an amount not to exceed $400,000, but the bid in itself is $490.
Yes, we had a grant that did the construction drawings, and they estimated 498,000. So we know when it goes out to bid, it's gonna be short.
All right, thank you. Councilman Gutierrez?
Yeah, just Shelby might have some money for that. He owes it for the park, so.
Councilwoman Wells?
No, thank you, Mr.
And
Jenkins.
Councilman Mears?
Oh, ma'am.
All right, thank you. The items we added, do we need to discuss those?
Yes, you can just discuss them.
Item 19 is, no, I think it was a holiday. Is a 2024 observed holidays. Do we have it so they could, you guys have a copy of it? I don't think you do.
We placed it on the dais for everyone.
Yeah.
Is there any questions or comments on that? It's the same as we've had the last couple of years. We've had Juneteenth on here. That was a new addition a couple of years ago, but all the other holidays are standard. Councilwoman James, any questions or comments?
No, ma'am.
Councilman Antoine?
Looks
Councilman
good, Mayor.
Gutierrez? Councilwoman Wells?
No.
And Councilman Mears?
Fine.
All right, thank you. Item 20 is the 2024 Mayor and Council schedule, work session and regular session meeting. Any questions or comments on that?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Yes, ma'am.
I am actually not in favor of this. Although I can appreciate long meetings and long agenda items, I don't want to have, when I have questions, I don't want to be rushed. So I think cutting the meetings down to the one work session and the one regular meeting a month would be, I would not be in favor of this.
Thank you.
So Mayor Butler, if you will, just to be clear, Councilwoman James, previously we've talked about moving to a situation to where we have a work session one night and a regular meeting the next night. The calendar that's in front of you is not that. This calendar shows us having 2 meetings per month with the work session and the regular session on each meeting. These are just the dates. It's misleading because of the way that it's on here, but it's a work
Oh.
session and a regular meeting for both of the nights that's listed here.
Gotcha.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am. We didn't move forward with the work session and the regular meeting to include the consent agenda. We haven't moved forward with that just yet because as we funneled through these last 2 months, November and December, we've seen some potential challenges there just with the amount of items that we have. And so we're trying to reconfigure what that looks like. But this calendar would follow the same schedule that you did for this year.
Gotcha. Thank you. Thank you for that clarity.
Councilman Antoine?
It's a no-brainer.
Councilman Gutierrez?
So nothing changes?
Nothing changes.
Councilwoman Wells?
No.
And Councilman Mears?
I'm good.
Okay, and then item 21 was the MOU.
Yes, ma'am. It's the MOU between the city of Riverdale and the city of Forest Park related to EMT training programs. And I would certainly defer to your Mr. Gilman.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. How are you all this evening?
Welcome back, Mr. Meany. We missed.
Thank you. I've missed you as well. I was here a couple of months ago and you weren't here, and I'm so sorry because I'd grown this out for you so nicely. So the purpose of this memorandum of agreement is to come to a agreement with the city of Riverdale to allow their initial education EMT and advanced EMT students to ride on the city of Forest Park fire trucks for part of their initial education. We have similar agreements in place with several counties and cities surrounding us that allow our AEMT and EMT students to get that field experience by riding as a student with 2 licensed personnel to give them the opportunity to see what's presented in the field. And Riverdale is just looking for the same for us.
All right, thank you. Councilwoman James, questions or comments?
No questions. Thank you.
Councilman Antoine?
No.
Councilman Gutierrez? Councilwoman Wells?
No.
And Councilman Mears?
Well,
All right.
Thank you.
All right, that concludes our work session. Is there a motion to adjourn? That was Councilman Mears. Is there a second?
I'll second.
That was Councilwoman James. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, thank you. You guys need a break before we get into it? No breaks are needed. We could jump. Well, you got 4 seconds. And council is called to order. I saw Pastor Clink Scales. Are you doing tonight's invocation? Okay, so all those who are able to stand, can you please do so and then remain standing throughout the Pledge of Allegiance?
Amen. Can we just give the Lord a hand clap just to be here, see what the Lord is doing here in the city? Amen. We thank God for our mayor and all the city council and our city manager. And let us, and everybody, all those in authority, I don't want to call the names, miss anybody, but let us bow our heads. Father, we thank you for this day. Truly, this is a day you have made, a day that we will continue to rejoice and be glad in it. We just thank you for what you're doing in the city. Lord God, we thank you, Lord God, for unity. You said, well, there's unity, you command your blessing. So we thank you for commanded blessing, Lord God, being upon our city, being upon our mayor, city council, and all those in authority. And we thank you for our resident. Lord, continue to bless, Lord God, Forest Park. Continue, Lord God, to give our mayor and city council wisdom and understanding, revelation of knowledge. Lord, they continue to make the right decisions. So, Lord, we thank you for this. And we give you all praise and we give you all glory and honor. And we thank you that Jesus is the reason for the season. All who agree say amen.
Amen.
Well, let's give the Lord a hand clap. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
And to the republic which you stand, one nation, under God, indivisible,
liberty and
justice for all.
Ms. Rainey, roll call, please.
This is the roll call for the regular session of December 4th, 2023. Mayor Butler,
Present.
Councilmember James.
Present.
Councilmember Councilmember Anton,
Good evening, everybody. How's everybody doing?
Councilmember Gutierrez, Councilmember Aiken Wells,
Here.
Councilmember Mears.
Yes, here.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
All right, thank you. Is there a motion to adopt tonight's agenda with the 3 additional items, which would be item 24, the holiday calendar for 2024. Item 25 would be the work and regular meeting calendar for 2024. And then item 26 would be the MOU between the City of Forest Park and Riverdale for EMT services.
So moved.
That was Councilman Mears. Is there a second?
I'll second.
That was Councilwoman James. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, thank you. All right, Ms. Rainey, we're having our public comment period.
Yes, per the charter, section 2-1-7, rules of procedure and decorum. A, comments will be limited to a total of 3 minutes per speaker. 21 minutes are allotted in total. B, members of the public are not allowed to participate in any debate or discussion conducted by the governing body members. All public comments must be limited to matters on the agenda or over which the governing body has jurisdiction. D, each speaker must maintain a decorous demeanor and refrain from personal attacks upon members of the governing body or employees, shouting and using obscene language. E, all questions and comments shall be directed to the presiding officer. F, members of the governing body may respond to comments during their closing comments if they desire.
All right, thank you. We have 5 that have signed up for public comments. We'll have Mr. Holtzclaw. Yes, sir, you come to the podium.
Hello, City Council. My name's Frank Holtzclaw. I thought I was coming up tonight to talk about my property on Scott Road, but I don't see it on the agenda for today. So I want to talk about this lot yard standard 8873. It seems to me if you was to change this standard to let one owner has multiple properties, just use all that property as one, it seemed like it would happen. What would happen is something like's happening to me for the last 2 years. You have a builder wants to put 20 homes on 3 acres of land. And I've been fighting this for 2 years. And that is just to make a bigger profit. Is this what Forest Park wants? To just have everything clustered together so someone can make a profit and leave? No, don't vote to change. Let people build a bunch of stuff on a smaller place. I hope y'all don't. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Falami.
Well, I come to say good evening and season greetings.
Good evening.
First, would like to really give recognition to our chief, who's doing an amazing job within our city. As you all know, he is following the policy and procedure to do a warming station here in the city. And each time I go out, I come back with bags and bags to assist him with this project. I'm also looking at, if we are looking at our comprehensive plan, maybe we can look at that building once we do our index on Forest Parkway and utilize that building for a warm station. Nevertheless, I got to give kudos to a very dear friend of mine, Miss Maddie Hartfield. Well done, my friend. Well done. And I think some people wanted to see you, but they got here late. That's why I always tell them to be on time. So I wanted to say that. But nevertheless, big kudos to our new city manager. You're only coming in reading. You're reading to comprehend to get the job done for the citizen. And I greatly, and I'm sure our resident appreciate that. When I heard the item on line 15 for our police department to exercise getting new fleet for his department, we had ups and down roads about a reserve that was given that I never heard what happened to 250K. I must keep that in the record. Nevertheless, I hope everybody had a wonderful Thanksgiving. My basketball season have begun. I'm excited to be working with our inner city children once again, and they are all scholars. I hope that you can find in your busy schedule to come over and support the resident children here in the community. We go to the schools, we go everywhere else, but we don't come to our parks and recreation to support our inner city children. And also to the well fitness help thing, I think you call it. I don't know what it is. Myself and the city manager was observing, and they kept saying, you go. I said, well, I coach and I get enough exercise. But I would love, Madam Chair, if you would really take Ward 3 a little serious. When I was listening to about the sidewalk in Rock Cut Road, we have partial sidewalk and we have partial dirt. I wish you would reconsider doing a comprehensive plan with the constituents there to see what it is that Ward 3 really needs and stop being silly when it comes to that ward, because we are sore-eyed becoming in that ward because you're not riding doing your job, but you're laughing. And I dare to have you to imply, and I'm glad it was recognized to say ticket the resident, that is unfeasible to you as representing me. And I love Clayton County. And I hope to make sure, thank you for verifying that, Council Ware, because it took me so I yield my time.
Thank you. Mr. Randall. John Randall.
Oh, good evening.
Good evening.
So I have a few concerns that I have particular for my area. Mainly the stop sign that people still continue to run. There's people that walk out early in the mornings, kids getting on buses, stuff like that. And people just don't want to stop for that stop sign. I would love to make my own spike strip so I can stop these cars from doing that, but I can't do that. But my only thing is that I see a lot of cops out. I see a lot of them sitting at the racetrack. I see them a lot all the time sitting across the streets, doing nothing really. And what they're doing is beyond me. But, you know, I've came across some nice officers this week and some very rude ones, which Chief has been too busy to even take a complaint, which I know he's always busy. But, you know, I've had a few officers that flicked me off, told me to kiss their rear ends, which, you know, it doesn't bother me. Disrespect is just disrespect. Free speech is what I prefer to. But like I said, I appreciate y'all fixing the sidewalk over there on Newburgh's Road. Wish it would have took, you know, a little bit less time to get it fixed. Then another issue with another sidewalk down on Ash Street where the old Rite Aid used to be. A big old chunk of concrete hanging out. Thank God I didn't break my neck that night. But Officer Cordelius or Cadenius or how you ever pronounce it, did a fantastic job. He knew what he was doing. I have everything good to say this today. I don't have anything really too negative towards anybody, but hopefully I hear back from somebody from City Hall regarding the complaints that I filed. Been over 4 weeks, but my only thing is just a stop sign by my house because those kids are going to end up getting hurt for people that just don't know how to obey the law. I had even Officer Thomas, P. Thomas, come out a couple of nights ago regarding cars parked on the roadway, where Georgia State Patrol even wrote citations for them people doing that. They don't listen. Car came flying around the corner, almost hit her. And that was my problem because the car didn't give a crap about her standing there talking to me and also running the stop sign, which she jumped back in her car and took off and got the person, which she should. But my thing is, get some training for the officers that don't like being recorded on their traffic stops, which Chief already knows. Which I've had one officer say she was going to file a complaint against me, which I told her I didn't give a crap. Make them. Send more.
Thank you. Ms. Thomas. Ms. Joanne Thomas.
Madam Mayor, Council,
Yes, ma'am. Good evening.
bear with me. I've had a stroke.
You need to sit down? Okay.
I come this evening in reference to the tractor trailers that's parked on Highway 42. Coming out of Holland Park Apartments, you come out, you can't see. I almost got hit Sunday because you cannot see to your right. There have been a few accidents there. They don't care about an ambulance, police, or nothing else. The ambulance come and get me. Please, I'm in speech therapy. First of all, they rock and rolling. The fire trucks, I know where y'all got to buy some more because they come up in there. You know, it's a shame. I wish you make them people do something about Highland Park because the emergency vehicles about to turn over. But my main thing is those trucks parked on Highway 42. You can't not see to come out. And you have people who have had strokes trying to turn out, but you can't see. And I know if the city doesn't need a lawsuit, the person that don't want an accident. Something needs to be done immediately. And ever since they have built those buildings over on Fort Mac, we have been experiencing break-ins. People can walk onto the property. You don't, there used to be fences. There are no fences anymore. But I thought back few years back, the discussion at council meeting was concerning the trucks. Please adhere to it, please.
Yes, ma'am. Thank
Point
you.
of order, Madam
Yes,
Mayor.
ma'am.
May she finish if she's not done?
Thank you. Thank you. Something,
I'm in favor of extending her time.
because even I can't, with break-ins, I can't do nothing with anybody. A little while ago, I probably could have, but I can't do nothing. I can't even yell for help, really. I would appreciate if the council treat Ward 3 a lot better, because we do matter. I don't mind paying a penny or more for tax if it's going to help us. But please stop throwing us away. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Parker.
Howdy. In the last meeting, Madam Mayor, you did a presentation about respect, among other things. Then within minutes, you disrespected me with an eye roll during my public comments, in which I simply stated facts. You continued to retaliate against me and disrespect me for calling the council out and holding them accountable. In the same meeting, there was a presentation on inclusion and thinking about the words you used to describe others. And before the meeting was over, I was referred to as the camo guy by a member of the council. Continued disrespect from a city council that says they, nor the police or officials, have done anything wrong or unethical against me. You see the things done openly to me in this room. Just think about the things being done to me when no one is watching, which they deny. The things I've continually claimed about for years and years: retaliation of police sitting out in front of my home watching me, following me around on my bike ride, stopping me with lights and sirens for shouting while on my bike, police pulling me over with their lights and sirens while I was simply jogging on the sidewalk committing no crimes, being detained for over 10 minutes because I was white and sketchy, in the word of the 911 caller, being threatened to be kicked out of this room for making public comments. If you wouldn't want it to happen to a family member, you shouldn't be okay and dismissive with it happening to any of your citizens. But it seems like common decency and ethics are overlooked when dealing with certain citizens. Here we are again, countless items on the agenda tonight. The last city council meeting lasted past 10:30 p.m. and seemed to just stop abruptly. Tonight will be another late night. The city council is not worried about being transparent. If they were, they would make sure their meetings didn't last past 9 p.m. or so. They would make sure they didn't have to rush a meeting just to get everything in before 11 p.m. 3 hours plus is too long for a city council meeting that starts at 6 p.m. People want to be informed, but they don't want to have to stay out until 11 p.m. to do so. This makes 3 months this year in which the city council, who is charged with and paid for holding 2 regular meetings for its citizens each month, has only held 1. This shows that you, the city council, are much more concerned with your daily lives than that of the citizens of this city. In fact, you, Mayor, said in the last meeting that the 2 meetings that are held each first and third of each month would suffice as 2 regular meetings. You're saying the first session we had tonight at 6 p.m., which is called the work session, and this session, the second session at 7 p.m., the regular session, are all that is needed to run the city for 30 days and also to be transparent and inform citizens. The work session does not have a public comment period at every session. Also, if they are called sessions, what are they sessions of? Well, they are in fact sessions of one large meeting that takes place at 6 p.m. and doesn't end until the city council is dismissed after their executive session. But again, the mayor isn't concerned with the government being transparent as much as she is with getting more free time for herself. I think if you're not able to make time for the community, Madam Mayor and council members, then you shouldn't be a representative of the city. Again, the mayor and council want to try and clarify my statements for me, but have yet to answer one question I've asked them. The members of this council and mayor are not fit for government leadership. Leaders lead. They don't look for ways out of their responsibilities, especially ones they are getting paid for. But as you can see, they get their money either way. They're fine with it. It ain't broke in their opinion, as long as they ain't broke, I reckon. Thanks for listening.
Thank you. City Manager's report. Mr. Clark, you have the floor.
Yes, ma'am, Mayor Butler. I would like to start by saying that in my many years of government, I think that the Forest Park Police Department, along with the Forest Park Fire Department, is one of the most responsive entities I've ever seen. And so I don't like to always respond, but I want you guys to know that they are responsive. And so I want to clarify that because I know there's been several times that members of the council have wanted direct contact at an event from a chief, and our chiefs actually went themselves to the event. So I just wanted to clarify that, if you will. But nonetheless, I don't have a long report tonight. It's only 56 pages.
A book.
And we're going to go through this real quickly. This report starts off, be thankful for what you have, you'll end up having more. If you concentrate on what you don't have, you will never, ever have enough. Oprah Winfrey. In the month of November, as we rolled into fall, we really wanted to focus on how do we take the operational audit that was captured 2 to 3 years ago and make it into an actionable document. Mayor and Council, as we'll present to you at our retreat in January, we are really looking at taking this government to a data-driven government. So we'll be developing through our senior management analysts key performance indicators, and all of the work that we'll be doing from an operational level will be published for our public to see in real time, dashboards to see where we are on certain projects. Because like the grant, I think our governing body members, because you're so active in the community, the residents and the stakeholders are asking you about various projects that we've either voted on or that have been promised, but this way, all of it would be transparent. So you'll see when we're on target for some of our projects, as well as where we are in the process. So we focus largely on that. In addition to that, we were able, as presented in the LEAF report, we were able to go over the majority of the properties that are in Forest Park that are currently held by the Land Bank Authority, just to see what our opportunities are there. We'll look forward to discussing some of that with Mayor and Council at our January retreat. And then finally, Chief Clemens in the month of November did an amazing job of presenting what diversity, equity, and inclusion actually looks like. We're taking it a step further, and we're going to ensure that all of our employees go through the course offered by GMA. We'll be seeking to bring them down sometime in the month of January. We'll move on to the next month. Next slide, I'm sorry. Mayor and Council, while we don't have an employee that has been here for 30 plus years, we'd like to publicly thank Ms. Wanda Dutton for her years of service to the city of Forest Park as she retired on last Friday after, is it 25 years, Chief Chris? 21 years here with the city of Forest Park. So while she is not here with us today, she said her final goodbyes. Today, I would like to give her a public acknowledgement for the many tireless years of service that she offered to the Forest Park Police Department. However, we do have Mr. Egan Hogan, who is celebrated 20 years with the Forest Park Police Department. I think I saw Captain Hogan. Okay. All right, we're going to move on to the legislative corner. Mayor and Council, as you know, November was a busy month for our legislative office. We handled 26 calls from constituents, as well as 1,100 newsletters were mailed out in Ward 4. The legislative offices were busy planning the holiday ball for the Senior Panthers in Action, which is this Friday starting at 6 o'clock, as well as coordinate the completion of the gazebo construction. Wow, in Ward 4. So we have a lot of projects going. We're trying to ensure that we have projects moving. Our goal next year is to have projects moving in each ward simultaneously at the same time. I was advised today that we did receive the final quote on the basketball court, as well as we are selecting playground equipment to change it out citywide. What we're trying to have continuity so that when you enter our different pocket parks, all of our playground equipment looks exactly the same, and replacing all of that older stuff that we have. But Council, our only challenge is for the equipment that we've spec'd thus far. I want to say the cost was $47,000, but it's beautiful brand new equipment. All right, moving on. You'll see in the next page, the Blue Star Community Tour. We had several members of council to hold tours of their various stakeholders within their wards. This just showcases one of the tours that we did there at Blue Star. I believe this one was hosted by Councilwoman Wales, and I know Councilwoman James was able to take a lot of our political entities down to see the Blue Star Movie Studios. As it relates to operational excellence, Ms. Pauline has come in and really grabbed hold to the ball and began to hit home runs. We're excited that we are near complete with an assessment of each of our departments, just figuring out what will serve as the base point as we begin this operational audit at the top of the year. We look forward to presenting that to Mayor and Council. Of course, as you heard from Mr. Shelby, I think he stepped out he's back. We're excited about our various projects that we have going on in the city. We'll highlight a few. I do know that council, you wanted us to show the full presentation to the public relative to some of the activities that we have. The first project here is the business incubator. This is looking at an adaptive reuse of the Rite Aid property there at Forest Parkway. We're still working on developing the final task orders and also developing the timeline for completion of this project. Next slide, please. In addition to that, we're also working on finalizing everything for the Forest Park City Center. We're going to have to move this project faster than we initially thought, just based upon some major concerns that we've located in some of our departments and the cost to mitigate them. Of course, this city center would bring all of our city offices under one roof, and our city hall facility, what we're currently planning on is this becoming the new fire headquarters for Chief Clements and her administration. In addition to that, we are also working on finalizing the work on the joint Forest Park Police Department, Fire Department. I just drew a blank on what's the facility called. Emergency Operations Center, thank you, which will occupy the space right there at Forest Parkway. And then last but certainly not least, you have your Main Street streetscape projects that are going in. We're excited that this project is near completion. We're working with Mr. Shelby to see if there is any appetite for a ribbon cutting once we finalize that streetscape along Main Street. And then we are close to finalizing at long last, the public safety facility at Fort Gillem. And the item that council will approve tonight relative to the different pay terminals, this will allow us to move our police department into that facility as soon as possible so that you'll have presence from both police and fire at Fort Gillem. And the police department will simply rent an office from the fire department as they occupy their portion of the building. And then we have Star Park renovations. So we have presented this concept plan to Mayor and Council. We are seeking to continue to value engineer this project to get the costs down. And we look forward to bringing something back before you sometime in either January or February as we talk about final costs before we bid this project out. And then last but certainly not least, the beautiful welcome signs that have gone up all across this city. Mr. Shelby has done an amazing job of serving at the head of seeing these projects through completion. And we know that there's some additional landscaping that will begin to happen around these welcome signs, but we're also looking to start changing out some of the signs in your different wards so that all of our signage around the city is consistent with this branding package that you see here. We have several different departmental updates that follow up to the city manager's report. We're happy to answer any questions that you may have. Our departments have done an amazing job, as you will hear, of ensuring that their operations are running efficiently and effectively. This report chronologizes most of the work under their departments for that month, and we're happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Councilman James, any questions?
No questions, thank you.
Councilman Antoine?
Not right now.
Councilman Gutierrez?
Actually, is there any way you can add Ricky to maybe a report or a section of the council to address public comments? Because I think at times certain things, like you did address it today with the police, but just an area where we address everything. That way our citizens get their answers.
Yes, sir. What we can start doing, we'll make a conscious effort, and I'll share with my staff. We always follow up after the meeting. So as we're sitting here in public comment, Mayor Butler is actually taking notes on what's said, and then the next day I reach out to them. For the matter at hand, we've already sent an email to all of our directors to where if that, I know it's in Ward 3, if it falls within your purview to provide me an answer to the issues mentioned here by noon tomorrow. But we can put it in there, or we can just send it out as an email so that the council members know what our follow-up is on each item.
I'd like to hear that, because for the record, it's already 2 comments stating that our police chief is not answering to complaints or that you're not answering to complaints. I just want to make sure it's public that we are addressing these things.
Absolutely. Councilman Gutierrez, while we try to do the best job we can as being responsive, I'm sure you know that sometimes we don't meet everyone's expectations because we don't understand what their expectations are. And when we're not providing an answer that they want to hear, it said that we didn't respond when we did in fact respond.
Mayor, I got a question.
Yes, sir.
Sorry.
Wait, let me go through, and then I'll come back around. Councilman Wells? Councilman, what's your name? Mears, sorry. All right, Councilman Antoine?
The welcome signs, they're beautiful. So where else do we have them going on?
So the packaging that you saw in the presentation is just our welcome sign. What we're looking at is ensuring that within our various parts, as well as within the wards, any signage that you have is consistent with this package so that the look is the same. I'll have to get with Mr. Shelby to see the feasibility of adding up lighting to these signs.
Now, I know we talked about landscaping around them. Is that still?
So the landscaping is still, some of them have been landscaped. I believe, Mr. Shelby, if you want to speak more into the landscaping aspect of this project.
The only real landscaping is the sign that is located near the farmer's market. And that has already been landscaped. The other signs will not be landscaped. That was not in the bid packet. But we can get some bids for landscaping around the signs.
Would you like some bids, Mayor
Yes,
Butler?
please.
Okay.
I'll
Councilman.
take care of that.
Thank you. Councilwoman Wells?
So I didn't think I had a question, but no, I don't know if it's for Mr. Shelby or the city manager. So we have the signs everywhere except Old Dixie, which is a major highway in the city of Forest Park. And so I was wondering, could we change that?
So we
There
could,
is
I
a
think.
sign on Old
yeah,
Dixie.
It's on 285, sorry.
When you come off the ramp of 285, it looks you right in the face.
On the highway?
It's that sign right there.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Oh, no, I'm talking about
On
coming
this
from
side.
the other end.
That's the quick.
Just I mean, it doesn't even have to be one of those, but maybe just a welcome.
As you're coming in,
Nice
Forest
welcome
Park on
sign.
Old Dixie.
Coming in
From Terra Boulevard.
Yeah.
from Terra Boulevard, that sign is,
Yeah, it is one of those.
it's a pole sign that's out there already.
Both sides.
Yes. There's a pole sign there, and there's also one by the McDonald's coming in on Jonesboro Road.
Oh, maybe because it's just so small.
Mayor,
That one is, Councilwoman, that one is small.
Mayor,
But we had to, the right of way is so narrow, we couldn't put a big sign. We would
Right.
love to have put one like the one we have in the upper left-hand corner, but
Mm,
the right of way is too small for us.
got it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Presentations, Urban Redevelopment Authority update. Background and history. The Urban Redevelopment Authority recently hit some major milestones in developing Gillum Logistics Center. The Economic Development Department provides personnel support for the URA and provides an updated report to the council. Councilmember James chairs the URA. For information only, no action is required. Good evening, Mr. Abraham.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Butler, Honorable City Council members, and Mr. Clark. Thank you for letting us talk tonight. We generally give updates on the URA. What I was just thinking about, I'd like to begin to give general updates on economic development to the council, if we could. That would include all the activities of the board going down the road. You see here the Fort Gillum 1941 sign. The construction started in 1939, and the base out there, it was 1,800 acres. It served our U.S. military in World War II, in Korea, Vietnam, and Iraq. It was the main logistics center for the United States Army. And as Fort Mac was the main administrative center over there, they worked together to keep our soldiers supported and keep supplying folks overseas and overseas wars. Next. So here's some historic pictures of the Gillum Logistics Center. The history of this is the Army closed Gillum in 2005. It was one of 92 shuttered military facilities. In 2014, the U.S. Army The URA buys the U.S. Army base for $30 million, quite a risk to the city at the time, you can imagine. At the time, the city went, the URA, the city went in debt for $30 million and also took on another bond debt of $15 million to build the infrastructure out there, which is the main roads, Anvil Block Road and the roads and the water and sewer throughout there. So in this project, you had $45 million. As part of this deal, you agreed to replace the 2,500 jobs that were lost when the base closed out there. In a minute, I'll show you where you have fulfilled that obligation royally. The first deal done out there was when Kroger came to town, and Kroger bought 250 acres for their Southeast Distribution Center for $15 million. That took half of your Army debt. Then they also agreed to make payments of the infrastructure bonds for the $15 million until 2040, which took your infrastructure debt. So Kroger is a $30 million friends to the city of Forest Park. So I encourage all of you to buy your groceries at Kroger. Here's some old and new pictures, if you will. The old comes down, the new goes up. The old building on the right was an old logistics center. The building on the right was an old paint shop. The URA early on partnered with Robinson Weeks to build buildings out there. And you can see the difference in the old and the new as the old buildings have come down. The most recent activity, next page, HD Supply is adding 440,000 square feet of space in Gillum. It will have 1.8 million square feet at build out. Kroger was our king of the space out there at 1.3 million, but HD Supply, who supplies the Home Depot stores around the United States, will take over that position as a number 1 landowner. Another exciting thing that happened real recently was Blue Star Studios opened its first studio of 40,000 square feet. A lot of you have had the opportunity to tour. They expect to build 800,000 square feet, almost 1 million square feet if they get lucky. The writer strike is over now, so they are talking to folks about productions out there. So we've got our own cool movie studio. Another thing, the Army required a certain historic preservation out there. A lot of the old logistics buildings were torn down. There was 160,000 square feet in the old administration building there, the old headquarters, the old paint shops, and some of the other operation centers around there. They were purchased by Blue Star, and they are being renovated now, and they've got some beautiful things that they've done with those old buildings out there. And if you ask any economic development person, economic development is about tax base and jobs. You got ahead of me. This page. Here we go. Currently, Gillum has 7,259,000 square feet of space. With what land is left and the buildings coming online, we will surpass 10 million. Could probably see 12, 13 million square feet of space out there. Currently, here's the list of the employers out there, and you see we currently have 3,942 jobs that have been creative. We have well surpassed the commitment to the Army to create 2,500 jobs. And with what we see in the future, we will surpass 5,000 jobs. Next page, please. 10 years ago, is when this started. This is amazing. If you look at the value that's been created at Gillum in the last 10 years, and this is market value. This is not assessed value or a county value. This is market value that comes from the tax office. Personal property value there, which is your equipment, your forklifts, your shelves, your things that you're in storage in your property at Gillum, is $240 million currently at Gillum. The real property value is $576 million at Gillum. Altogether, within 10 years, Gillum has created a total of $817 million in market value in real and personal property at Gillum. We predict quite a bit more because we have more land, we have more property, and we have more folks coming online out there. Next, please. So we're down to the last pieces of property. This is a map of what's left there of the, I think it's 1,100 acres originally. The red hash marks that you see there, you see a large portion of property up in the northwest corner we refer to as a northwest property, 136 acres. That was just turned over to us by the Army. You'll see a green area down there where there's an area down there with 70 acres. It was just turned over to us by the Army also. So I was going to mention this later, but the Army has no more property to give us at Gillum. It's all been turned over. You'll see there's another 34 acres left there for weary housing and a few out parcels here and there. So we have a total of 185 acres uncommitted left in the project. So to do, the old historic fire station down there, the URA board is debating what to do with that. Will it be a retail center? Will it be restaurants? Will it be a veterans museum? It's quite an opportunity there. And the URA will decide the fate of that building. And again, that's an historic property that will be redeveloped and maintain its historic character. Another thing to do is we attract high quality companies and jobs, which we are doing today. We have a lot of folks that are still very interested in Gillum. Again, I've said to everybody, if we had another 500 acres to sell, we could probably sell it within a couple of years here. There's been such a demand because of the quality of the development down at Gillum and the folks who are down there, the Fortune 100 companies that are there. Another on a thing on to-do list is to turn over the roads to the city. There's 3.6 miles of roads that are left to turn over by the URA. That the URA owns, and we're going through that process now to look at the process and the cost of doing that, where the fire and police the fire departments and police departments can monitor those roads. We have to realign some intersections. There's an old guard shack down there. We're looking at redoing that intersection to improve some visibility there. There's another intersection at Jonesboro and Metcalf, where we're doing some planning to improve that intersection there, which is another kind of a dangerous intersection. We're also working with a monument on the west end of the project. If you go towards Moreland Avenue, we have a nice big monument over there. We're working with some folks for a monument for that end of the property. And then the thing right in front of us to do before the end is to close what I referred to a while ago as a south property. That will be a $6.3 million sale to the URA. Of 75 acres. And if I could make a note on that, when property was first being sold 10 years ago, it was sold for $20,000 an acre. Nobody really knew what the value of the property was there. But within the last few years, we've been able to achieve prices of $100,000 an acre in this project, which is great for the value of this property, is great for the taxes that the city will enjoy and great for the jobs. And so it's been a huge success out there. Last page. So we've paid off the $30 million debt to the Army last week. The land is all free and clear as of last week. Our friend Kroger will continue to pay off the infrastructure bonds until 2040. And then URA will have the resources to invest in the future of Forest Park under the wisdom and guidance of the URA in the city and our city leaders. One final thing, we're planning a celebration of all this sometime probably in April. We're having some conversations about this. We understand from the Army that of the 92 military projects that were closed, this is the best performing project in the United States. The Army and the U.S. government are very proud of us, and we should be proud of ourselves also. A couple of things I'd like to say. Before I leave, I'd like to thank Mike Williams. Mike has been with this project for 10 years. He's helped us with the contracts. He's helped us with the negotiations. He's helped us. He knows the background of the property. He has the wisdom to. Mike's been we couldn't have done this project without Mike. I'd like to thank Ms. James, who's the current chair of the URA, who acts with wisdom and prudence in the operation of the URA. And thank you, Ms. James. And also I'd like to thank former URA Chair, Miss Butler, who served as the chair there and put us on this track towards our success. So we predict that 2024 is going to be one of the best years that we've seen in Forest Park. And so with that, I wish you happy holidays and tidings of comfort and joy.
Excellent. I am so ecstatic for so many different reasons, but Councilwoman James, questions or comments?
Yes, so as part of my commitment, well, as part of the URA commitment with the intergovernmental agreement with the city council is to make sure you receive updates on the things that are happening in with the URA board. So thank you, Mr. Abraham, for pulling that all together. One other thing that I would want to note, and Mr. Williams can speak to this, and that is the final letter that he's working on to deliver to the Army and what that actually would entail. And can you speak to that, Mr.?
Well, our agreement with the Army was not structured as a mortgage or, you know, an actual loan or note. And so there wasn't anything to cancel, if you will. We paid the Army, but we don't have anything to sort of evidence that. So we've asked the Army to, and I've already prepared and submitted it, a document showing that, certifying that we paid them in full and that there are no further obligations. So we're waiting for the Army's feedback on that, but we anticipate that basically closing out all of our obligations to the Army.
And one other piece to that was the fact that the URA has contributed to as part of the initial agreement, we were to invest back into what? Can you speak to that?
Well, yeah, so if you add, and this is the number I'm about to tell you is very preliminary because I haven't seen all the numbers, but it's over $24 million that has been reinvested in Gillum by the URA, depending on sort of what you're looking, whether it's the fire station, the roads, the infrastructure, things of that sort. And so that was part of the commitment that the URA made to the Army, that we would reinvest the proceeds from the sale of properties in Gillum, and we've already done that.
Thank you. I'm excited.
Councilman Antoine.
Amazing. It came from nothing to something. And I'm proud of you, man. I'm also proud of the council members that was on here. There's only 2 of us that was on here that voted for that project in 2014. So same way you're giving everybody credit, I think we were the only 2 that voted for it here. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Councilman Gutierrez.
Yeah, you took that, that sentiment of just thanking the people before us that, saw the plan and made it happen. That was a big risk, like you said, Bruce, but, it paid off. So thank you for your hard work, sir, also.
Councilwoman Wells.
I guess everybody was thinking the same thing. I was just talking to Councilman Mears, like, were you here when that first happened? Because we were on the council, and I think Councilman Smith, were you on the council? So just kudos to everybody that were here before. And although we were on the council and we voted for it, it was still taking place before we were even on the board. So I just want to give a huge thank you to the people that actually started the conversation, as well as the ones that are here and continuing to help make it big success, So yeah, I don't want to forget about the people that have been involved way before it was us two, us 3. So, but thank you so much, Mr. Abraham. You are doing a great job. Thank you, Councilman James, because we do want to know what's going on. And I think if an elected official, even without an elected official on the board, we should know. But thank you so much for pushing that initiative as well.
Councilman Mears.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, I was one of the ones that was on here when we started, and there was been several sleepless nights when you think about obligating the city to a note of that size, but it all come together, Mr. Abraham, like Tommy Smith, Miss Wells, a lot of people were here when it started, and with the guidance that we got now, we finally got it paid off and we can go to sleep.
All right, thank you. I think the word evolution sums it up, and how not just Fort Gillum has evolved, but Forest Park as a municipality. So thank you for your presentation.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Before we go on to the next item, there is something that was omitted previously.
Yes, ma'am, Mayor and Council, as you know, we introduce our new hires and so that we can dismiss them from the meeting so that they can make it to work on time. We like to take this moment to introduce them at this point. These are new hires within the police department. First, we have Major Smith. If you would, please stand. Officer Mustafasu. Officer Swain, Major Smith, if you could come forward. We have Officer Swain. Officer Knox. Officer Brown. Communication Manager Jennifer Johnson. Last but certainly not least, Office Assistant Miss Latrice Miller. Mayor and Council, these are the newest additions to the Forest Park Police Department.
Welcome. All right, welcome. Okay.
This one, Kwame, got one that came up in the rear.
No, that's Miss Latrice Miller.
Hey, Miss
Oh.
Latrice.
Hey.
Oh.
Welcome.
Okay, I'm gonna ask the council if they could come down to the floor with me, please. Yeah.
When do you?
So I don't know. I don't know if you all are aware, but it is the last meeting for our current city attorney, Mr. Michael Williams. Previously, but I have found a privilege to work with you over the last 6 years, and we've had some very interesting, it wasn't always pleasant, but we were able to move the city forward, which is ultimately all that we ever want to accomplish. And so on behalf of the governing body, we present this to you. And yeah, it's bittersweet. And so I don't know if it's bittersweet because you're leaving or what you're leaving us for, which is the hotel ice cream. But Mike, I just want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for everything that you have done for the city.
I'm not shy, but I don't like to be the center of attention either. I've been practicing, this month is actually my 24th year practicing law. And before that, it was 6 years in Washington, DC. So it's about 30 years. And so I figured it's time to do something new while I'm young enough and have the energy to do it. So no one ever walks away from an ice cream truck without a smile. So that's what we'll be doing. We actually have two ice cream trucks down in Destin, Florida, and my wife's been running the business and I'm going to be her employee. So look forward to it. So thank you. And one other thing, Forest Park, there's been a lot done over the past, 10 years or so. But this is a wonderful city. And even though I'm happy to go to a new phase of my life, I'm going to miss the things we've done, the friendships and the people. But I'm also going to miss being a part of the wonderful opportunities that are ahead. There's so much greatness ahead of you. And I'm going to be following Forest Park like no other city. So thank you all for allowing me to serve, and I appreciate this opportunity.
Look, let me say this, cause when Mike first told us that he was getting ready to leave, I'm like, now I know the city Forest Park can be bad, you know, but you want some ice cream? Lord, like, if you're really gonna do it, but no, I just want to say, Mike, thank you, on behalf of the four in the city of Forest Park, for everything you've done. And to, piggyback off of what the mayor said, I know it hasn't been easy. I know we have not been, an easy council mayor to deal with. But you've always done it with dignity and grace. And so we're gonna miss you, but you only get one life, and go and live your life and enjoy it.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
I want to add to that, yeah, Mike, just, you know, you were the first attorney or law person, you know, I don't know many educated people, you know, where I'm from, and you always, talk me through everything. So I'm just very grateful, brother, for all this and all just the life lessons on top of the law, guidance that you always gave us. So thank you so much. I'm gonna miss seeing your face over there stressed out. So when I saw Mike was facing that way, and I would look at Mike's face and I'd be like, ooh.
Thank you, Mike.
Oh, gosh.
No.
Okay, so this right here, we want to present to our newest maybe movie star in the city,
Oh, okay.
Mrs. Hartsfield.
Yeah.
No, down. Mrs. Hartsfield. So if you could come forward, please. So if you were here earlier, then you would have saw Mrs. Hartsfield was the star of our home improvement video. But outside of that, Mrs. Hartsfield and her family has been a staple in the Forest Park community for over 50 years. And if you're familiar with the community center, it's named after her husband, who was a magnificent pillar in the city. And so, as a token of our appreciation, we want and this to you. Don't you come on me, my arm is fine.
A lot of stuff here in Forest Park. I love Forest Park. I was born and raised here in Forest Park. My sister, Miss Pearl, we do black people still living in Forest Park. I'll be 87 years old on Thursday.
Oh.
Act right. Act right. Is there anything else you would like to say?
No, please keep this community going. Forest Park is one of the oldest cities in Clayton County. Please, please keep Forest Park growing. Thank you all, and I love everybody.
Love you too. Don't move. Gotta pose with that. This is a letter. We need a thick autograph.
You can find it on our website. You can check the video.
Let me just say, Miss Hartsfield, so I've been knowing Miss Hartsfield for a long time, her family, you know, a lot of us went to school together. She has always, ever since I've been in office, she's always been involved until her health, started declining. And even when her health started declining, she would always make a phone call and we would try to get it done. And so she was taken out of my ward for a little time, but I got to make it. And you can go to her home. When I went to her home a couple of weeks ago, I called Mr. Clark, and when I say he came with no hesitation, and her home is so welcoming. You go there and it feels like you're at your grandmother's house. Like she's such a sweet woman, and I feel like it's time for us to take care of our seniors now. They've taken care of us, they raised us, they give us the history on our community, and it's time for us to take care of you all. So I just want to thank you all for everything you and your family has done.
Yes.
And thank you for being our celebrity of our.
That it?
That's it.
Item 4, presentation on the City of Forest Park Fire Department and EMS Public Safety Educator upcoming events/projects, which includes the purchase of a fire prevention trailer. The Forest Park Fire and EMS Public Safety Educator will make a presentation of upcoming events and projects. One of the projects is to purchase a fire prevention trailer. The trailer would be purchased utilizing the fees and revenues collected from plan reviews and construction project fees. The trailer we have chosen is manufactured by Lion and costs $287,364.76. Further description of the trailer will be in the Public Safety Educator's presentation of upcoming events and projects.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening.
As we said, back in February 15th of 2021, I approached the council and asked for permission for the fire marshal's office to be able to accept fees for construction documents, approvals. And that money would be set aside and put forward to for public safety education. And one of our main goals, our first goal we wanted to achieve with that was to replace our old fire safety trailer that's well outdated and unsafe. And I'm pleased to say at this time that right now that we have reached that goal now. So what I'd like to do at this time is introduce our public educator, Anthony Gallman, to come in and do his presentation, to give you a little more details about the trailer that we're going to purchase.
Madam Mayor, Council, thank you. Tomorrow marks 1 year of my employment with Forest Park, and I'm happy to say in this past year that through outreach and programs, meeting people in the community, being a part, I've realized that there is a need for the fire safety trailer that we're looking at. We've been out to schools, we've been out to businesses in industry and teaching CPR. We've been teaching the use of fire extinguishers and how to use those. So my presentation will bring a little light to that. Next slide, please. We're supposed to be talking about the trailer first, but the future projects I'd like to see in the coming year. We're at the Christmas season. We have a toy drive where we're actually collecting new unwrapped toys to be distributed to children and family in need. And we're going to work with counselors within the elementary schools to be able to distribute those toys to the kids. We would like to have support. We already have support of the council. I believe that there is a box here in the lobby here at City Hall and at all 3 of the fire stations collecting these toys. So any support would be welcomed. We look forward to being able to deliver these in a timely fashion before the Christmas holidays. Next slide. Shop with a firefighter. I've had some businesses ask, we'd like to do more. What can we do other than just give out toys? So I come to you this evening with the idea, be it short notice, I do have some support of some businesses in the industry that would like to lend or give to this project where we would buy or put money on gift cards, whatever money is collected from these entities, and some families that are identified by DFACS, we could distribute whatever monies is collected in the next couple of weeks on gift cards and have the firefighters go out with the children and actually purchase a limited amount, but it's something that they probably would not have if we didn't do this project. So I'd like you to consider that. And the next project, what we were just talking about, is our Lion Fire Prevention Trailer. The trailer is a all enclosed unit, 34-foot trailer, but it would elevate the ability to get out to our community. Next slide, please. So the trailer offers many scenarios. Here in the picture, you'll see common threats, the kitchen fire scenario that this is all scenario based, looks realistic. There has a pot on the stove that we try to teach not to have children within 3 feet of the stove, so the pot handles turn in. That would be a great. It has a bedroom scenario to teach fire safety in the bedroom. Most important, the industrial. So this allows us to do simulations for home and workplace trainings. Severe weather. We don't think about severe weather. And we want to be able to make sure that we can have our citizens recognize, react, and survive in any emergency. So, and the best opportunity to do that is to purchase a trailer like this. And next slide, please. The interactiveness will allow them to interact with each and every experience, and we can curtail those trainings to different areas. If it's industrial, it has placards, lockout, tag out. It has different areas in it that when I go to the businesses, we can do fire extinguisher training. Next slide, please. Preventative measures. It has smoke machines in there, realistic smoke machines fill the environment and teach people how to get out of their environment in a safe manner. And next slide. The interactive props. This would allow us not only to teach people in their households, not many people know how to use fire extinguishers in their homes. So this would allow us with the digital flames to teach them, and the extinguisher pointed at it will actually extinguish or put the fire out and give them the sense that they're extinguishing a fire. Also, we'll work in the industrial training as well. Next slide. So I ask you, with all of this being said in the quick few minutes that I had here, let us take our community training to the next level. Let us consider this Lion Fire Safety Trailer, and let's take our training to them. Okay, and next slide. Junior Fire Marshals Program. We have to continue to get in the community to the youth. This would also be in the school, elementary age, K through 3. And I would get out into the schools, teach fire safety, and at the completion, we would probably do a junior fire marshal, give them a plastic badge or something like that. But what I would have them do is go home with a booklet and fill out safety tips and have their parents sign off of it at home, making them junior fire marshals. Next slide, please. We have to start thinking about our older adults and citizens Citizens Government Fire Academy. We got to get into it. We do in some other areas, but I believe that taking our training to some of the adults, letting them experience what the firefighters go through, why we need their support as firefighters to fund the projects that we have, to buy the equipment. If we can bring people in and see and have an idea of what the firefighters do, the fire chief does, and operate in the department, how the finances are distributed from this council here, they'd have a better idea. So I think that that would be a wonderful program in the coming year to do. Next slide, please. And as I just went over, the topics would be to cover in the Citizens Government Fire Academy, the introduction to our fire service. We do fire prevention, emergency management, vehicle rescue demonstration, emergency medical. Let them do some hose evolutions and ladder tower operations. And I think that including all of these projects in the coming year will continue to foster the positivity that Forest Park has, giving back to our citizens and delivering them with the best service that we can. I believe that's the last slide. It is. Thank you very much. Any questions?
Thank you, Councilwoman James.
Thank you. No, thank you so much for the information.
Councilman Antoine?
Thank you, thank you. Good information to know. What does LION stand for and who thought of that?
The Lion is the manufacturer of that trailer. So I don't know if it is a true acronym, but I think it is the business that manufactures this. The trailer that we're looking at, I've taken a year looking at, and this is the only company that actually offers all of those components. I think that if we're going to do it, we should go for what would fit our community and do best.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Gutierrez?
Thank you, sir. I've seen you in the schools and I just appreciate your hard work.
Thank you, sir.
Councilwoman Wells?
Yes, I would just like to say thank you so much. And I know y'all probably get tired of hearing it, but I'm gonna keep saying it. Like, I just love our fire chief. And I just think great leaders and our police chief. I just think we have some great leaders in the city of Forest Park, and great leaders create other great leaders to lead. And so I just want to say thank you all. Thank you so much, Chief. And thank you for bringing this to us. Thank you so much.
Councilman Mears?
Yes, thank you for the show there. I just need, I think we need to post somewhere, some person or persons for the donations for the presents, Christmas stuff, Christmas fund. We need somewhere, somehow, where to make the checks or do whatever, get that be out in the public.
Absolutely. I believe we need to hit the ground running and fiduciary responsibilities to make sure that we do it proper accounting. So if approved, I promise to do what is necessary and make sure that everything is accounted for.
Mayor Butler?
Yes, sir.
What we'll do, to your point, Councilman Mears, we'll do an advisory tomorrow through the office of our PIO, as well as Ms. Wells recommended, perhaps placing it on the marquee, and we'll give our various council members some rack cards to pass, I think, in your respective ward. But I think you can donate. I think the box is now in each of our city facilities.
Okay, yes, I believe so.
And if it's a cash payment, we would have to get with our finance team to see where that is going.
Absolutely.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your time.
Yes, sir. All right, Chief Clemens?
That's why I love her so much.
It's my turn. Yes, ma'am.
Oh, my God.
We do not need two of him.
That is so funny. That was a good one.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. At this time, I would like to take the opportunity to do something that's well-deserving tonight. And I know the kids are tired. Thank you for hanging in there with us. But we have 3 new promotions to the rank of lieutenant in our fire department. I had 10 candidates that went through a rigorous promotional process, including a written test, 150 question written test, and an assessment center encompassing a tactical scenario, 2 human management scenarios, and a presentation. These are all items that frontline officers, all officers, need to be well delved in and able to be leaders in this organization. So out of 10 of those candidates, I have a ranking of the top 4, I'm going to say, because 1 is going to be a special appointment at the January council meeting in my conversation with our beautiful human resources director. And we're still discussing that, I might say. So number 1, Lieutenant Chris Harris. And we're going to be presenting them their helmets and their badges. You see them in their blue Nomex uniforms tonight. They'll be transitioning to white shirts. Really official. And Deputy Chief Halcomb will do the presentation as he's the operations chief. Congratulations.
All right.
Number 2. Who was number 2? Lieutenant Tad Busby. So you see them getting their red helmets, and they have their badges that says lieutenant on it. So these are the frontline officers that will be on these trucks, managing crews, mitigating incidents in this city. I expect a lot of professionalism as we, onboard our new ranking officers, and I have great expectations as they are aware. Congratulations, LT.
All right.
Number 3. And he has his whole family here. The babies are tired, I know, but it's well worth it. Lieutenant Jesse Cook. Typically, we be pinning on the badges, but they don't have white shirts yet, so we're just presenting them with their helmet and badges. Thank you. And I want to recognize our EMA coordinator, because I've challenged him and challenged him and challenged him. I've put them through a captain's assessment because I just want to test their ability. He's also taken the lieutenant's test, and he's always come out in the top 3. He really has, and that's Andrew Gelmini. And he's working. He's working really hard at so many different things, some executive level things. So I'm going to be talking about that special appointment. I'm not going to say what it is, but it's going to be a special appointment in January, as well as our EMA coordinator. They do executive level work, catching up with me. So I think it's well deserved in the city, and I'm very proud of them.
All right.
Any questions?
Any questions, Councilwoman James?
I am just so excited. Thank you all so much. Thank you for serving the city of Forest Park. Thank you for the leadership and the excellence that you're bringing and that you have brought. And thank you to your families for lending you to us, the city of Forest Park. So congratulations.
Councilman Antoine?
Echo exactly what my colleague just said. We are so proud of you because not many could do this, especially myself. I thank you all for your family that's seeing this, because this is very, very important to us. And I appreciate you guys doing this for us. We love you guys. Thank you.
Yes.
God bless.
Councilman Gutierrez?
Yeah, we just can't tell you enough, how thankful we are for us. You're out there every day. A few years back, I had to call the EMTs for my father, and the way I responded, I'm eternally grateful for that. But you do that every day for our people. So congratulations. Thank you to your families as well, because it's a whole family effort. So just, thank you again. And we're really proud of you all. And hopefully y'all stay, for the long run.
Councilwoman Wells?
Yes, they've said it all, but thank you so much. Congratulations, because again, I know I couldn't do it. I don't even want to sit in the office next to you all, but I really appreciate everything that you all bring to the city and just, putting yourselves out there and gaining the knowledge so that you can be better, not only for your families, but for the families and residents of Forest Park. So thank you all so much and congratulations.
Councilman Mears?
Yes, ma'am. I want to thank y'all for your dedication and putting yourself out there in harm's way, and appreciate your hard work, and the city's proud to have you. Thank you.
Yes.
And so in addition to what my colleague stated, it wasn't until I think our September 11th memorial service, and I read the background of what is it Lieutenant Baker, what he went through, Battalion Chief Baker, excuse me. And I don't think it ever crossed my mind at how the split-second decisions that you guys have to make on a continuous basis and how that impacts the lives that you encounter. It just really made me have a newfound respect for everything that you guys do. And I don't think we really take into consideration the work that goes into it. And so for you to be in it for the long haul and to pour your hearts and soul and your time and talents into the city of Forest Park is very commendable. So thank you all and congratulations.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I'd just like to add, they've been serving this city for more than 10 years, these gentlemen.
Excellent. Even more special. All right, thank you. Public hearings. I'm going to ask for a motion to recess the regular meeting so we can enter into our first public hearing on the Transportation Service Business Text Amendment.
So moved.
That was Councilwoman James. Is there a second?
Second.
That was Councilman Mears. Any discussion? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, thank you. Recess. So is there a motion to open up our first public hearing on the Transportation Service Business Text Amendment?
So moved.
Councilwoman James, is there a second?
Second.
That was Councilman Antoine. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, thank you. So per our charter, 10 minutes is allotted per side in totality. And so those who want to speak in favor of this business text amendment for transportation services, you may line up at the podium now. All right, not seeing anyone. Is there anyone who wanted to speak in opposition of this transportation service business text amendment? You may line up at the podium now. All right, not seeing anyone. Is there a motion to close the public hearing on the transportation service business text amendment?
So moved.
That was Councilwoman James. Is there a second?
Second.
That was Councilman Antoine. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, thank you. Now, is there a motion to open up the second public hearing for the approval of the yard lot standards amendment to section 8-8-73 of our Code of Ordinances?
So moved.
That was Councilwoman James. Is there a second?
Second.
That was Councilman Antoine. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, opposed? Thank you. As previously stated, 10 minutes is allotted per side. So if there's anyone who wanted to speak in favor of this amendment, you may line up at the podium now. All right, not seeing anyone. Is there anyone who wanted to speak in opposition of this item? You may line up at the podium now. All right, not seeing anyone. Is there a motion to close this public hearing on the lot yard standards amendment to section 8-8-73 of our Code of Ordinances?
So moved.
That was Councilwoman James. Is there a second?
I second.
That was Councilman Antoine. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Thank you. Is there a motion to close the public hearing and reconvene into our regular meeting?
So moved.
That was Councilwoman James. Is there a second?
Second.
That was Councilman Antoine. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, opposed? Thank you. Item 8, council approval of changes.
Madam Mayor, and now you need votes on,
And now we got to vote on, it's not back in here?
for item 6 and item 7, you had the hearings. Now you need, motions to approve those ordinances.
All right, thank you. Is there a motion to approve?
Who's that?
Item 6, the transportation service agreement. That was Councilman Antoine. Is there a second?
I'll second.
That was Councilwoman James. Any further discussion? Councilwoman James?
Yes.
Councilman Antoine?
Yes.
Councilman Gutierrez? Councilwoman Wells?
Yes.
Thank you. Item 7, council approval of the lot yard standards amendment.
Point of order.
Yes,
Madam.
ma'am.
Did you ask for Mears?
Oh, did I? I'm sorry, Councilman.
She just forgetting everybody.
I'm sorry. Okay, thank you. Thank you. All right, item 7, council approval of the lot yard standards amendment to section 8-8-73. Is there a motion to approve this item?
So moved.
That was Councilwoman James. Is there a second?
Second.
That was Councilman Antoine. Any further discussion? Councilwoman James?
Yes.
Councilman Antoine?
Yes.
Councilman Gutierrez? Councilwoman Wells?
No.
No, and Councilman Mears.
Yes.
Thank you. Item 8, council approval of changes to the IGA between the city and the URA. Is there a motion to approve this item?
So moved.
Councilwoman James, is there a second?
Second.
Councilman Antoine, any further discussion? Councilwoman James?
Yes.
Councilman Antoine?
Yes.
Councilman Gutierrez? Councilwoman Wells?
Yes.
And Councilman Mears.
Yes, ma'am.
Item 9, council approval of a resolution to apply for HUD funding through the 2024 Community Development Block Grant Program. Is there a motion to approve this item?
So moved.
Councilman Antoine, is there a second?
I'll second.
That was Councilwoman James. Any further discussion? Councilwoman James?
Yes.
Councilman Antoine?
Yes.
Councilman Gutierrez?
Yes.
Councilwoman Wells?
Yes.
And Councilman Mears.
Yes, ma'am.
Item 10, council approval of the rollout of the City of Forest Park's Housing Rehabilitation Program for senior residents.
Mayor Butler, this is just there's nothing for us to approve because the policy has already been approved by the governing body. My apologies that we didn't catch this before we printed this agenda.
Thank you.
All right. Item 11, council approval of an agreement for 3 additional card reader purchases with Tyler Software. Is there a motion to approve that item?
So moved.
Councilwoman James, is there a second?
Second.
That was Councilman Antoine. Any further discussion? Councilwoman James?
Yes.
Councilman Antoine?
Yes.
Councilman Gutierrez?
Yes.
Councilwoman Wells?
Yes.
And Councilman Mears.
Mm.
Thank you. Item 12, council approval of a contract for accounts payable automation with Tyler Software. Is there a motion to approve this item?
So moved.
That was Councilwoman James. Is there a second?
Second.
That was Councilman Mears. Any further discussion? Councilwoman James?
Yes.
Councilman Antoine?
Yes.
Councilman Gutierrez?
Yes.
Councilwoman Wells?
Yes.
And Councilman Mears.
Yes, ma'am.
Council approval of a request to change the job title of administrative supervisor to office coordinator in the Planning and Community Development Department. Is there a motion to approve this item?
So moved.
Councilwoman James, is there a second?
I'll second.
Councilman Antoine, any further discussion?
Yes.
Ooh, yes, ma'am.
He beat me. He can, it was good. I was gonna ask him to just clarify because I was a little confused.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am, Mayor Butler. So I went and spoke with the Human Resources Director, and I don't know if we correctly stated on record what we were doing. We are in fact changing the job title of the administrative supervisor to become the office coordinator. In addition to that, the staff assistant that Director Brown mentioned, we're removing that position from this department. The office coordinator will assume both duties. One of the things that we are working on, I'm going to email this out to all of you, is our org charts for each of the various departments.
Mhm.
So this employee is essentially saving us money because we're removing that staff assistant that was there and replacing it with the office coordinator who will do both jobs.
All right, thank
My
you very
apologies.
much. I'm gonna call for the vote. Councilwoman James?
Yes.
Councilman Antoine?
Yes.
Councilman Gutierrez?
Yes.
Councilwoman Wells?
Yes.
And Councilman Mears.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Council approval of GIS and mapping services with Clayton County. Is there a motion to approve this item?
So moved.
That was Councilwoman James. Is there a second?
Second.
That was Councilwoman Wells. Any further discussion? Councilwoman James?
Yes.
Councilman Antoine?
Yes.
Councilman Gutierrez?
Yes.
Councilwoman Wells?
Yes.
And Councilman Mears.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Item 15, council approval on the review and approval of the updated 2023 City of Forest Park Comprehensive Plan. Is there a motion to approve this item?
So moved.
That was Councilwoman Wells. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Councilwoman James, any further discussion? Councilwoman James?
Yes.
Councilman Antoine?
Yes.
Councilman Gutierrez?
Yes.
Councilwoman Wells? And Councilman Mears.
Yes, ma'am.
Item 16, council approval of the digitization agreement for planning and community development processes. Is there a motion to approve this item?
So moved.
Councilwoman James, is there a second?
I'll second
That was
that.
that was Councilman Antoine. Any further discussion? Councilwoman James?
Yes.
Councilman Antoine?
Yes.
Councilman Gutierrez?
Yes.
Councilwoman Wells?
Yes.
And Councilman Mears.
Yes, ma'am.
Council approval of a resolution to authorize the extension of service agreement with Croft and Associates. Is there a motion to approve this item?
So moved.
Councilwoman James, is there a second?
Second.
That was Councilman Mears. Any further discussion?
No.
Councilwoman James?
Yes.
Councilman Antoine?
Yes.
Councilman Gutierrez?
Yes.
Councilwoman Wells?
Yes.
And Councilman Mears.
Ma'am.
Item 18, council approval of a resolution to authorize the extension of a service agreement with Falcon Design. Is there a motion to approve this item?
So moved.
That was Councilwoman James. Is there a second?
I'll second
That was
that.
Councilman Antoine. Any further discussion? Councilwoman James.
Yes.
Councilman Antoine.
Yes.
Councilman Gutierrez.
Yes.
Councilwoman Wells.
Yes.
And Councilman Mears.
Yes.
Council approval of a resolution to authorize the extension of a service agreement with Precision Planning. Is there a motion to approve this item?
So moved.
That was Councilwoman James. Is there a second?
Second.
That was Councilwoman Wells. Any further discussion? Councilwoman James.
Yes.
Councilman Antoine.
Yes.
Councilman Gutierrez.
Yes.
Councilwoman Wells.
Yes.
And Councilman Mears.
Yes.
Council approval to purchase 5 police cars for the police department, utilizing the forfeiture funds in addition to 150,000 from the contingency fund.
So
moved. I'll
That was
second.
Councilwoman Wells, and there's a second by Councilwoman James. Any further discussion?
Yeah, I just want to clarify for whoever did not hear that. I am not encouraging our police to go ticket our community to gain assets. Just want to make sure everybody understood that. Community policing is what we do in Forest Park, and that's not what I encourage our police department to do. Just want to make sure.
Councilwoman James.
Yes.
Councilman Antoine.
Yes.
Councilman Gutierrez.
Yes.
Councilwoman Wells.
Yes.
And Councilman Mears.
Yes.
Council approval to purchase 15 Dell laptops in the amount of $25,396.50. Is there a motion to approve this item?
So moved.
That was Councilwoman James. Is there a second?
I'll second
That
that.
was Councilman Antoine. Any further discussion? Councilwoman James.
Yes.
Councilman Antoine.
Yes.
Councilman Gutierrez.
Yes.
Councilwoman Wells.
Yes.
And Councilman Mears.
Yes.
Council approval to transfer a service weapon. Is there a motion to approve this item?
So moved.
That was Councilwoman James. Is there a second?
Second.
That was Councilman Antoine. Any further discussion? Councilwoman James.
Yes.
Councilman Antoine.
Yes.
Councilman Gutierrez.
Yes.
Councilwoman Wells.
Yes.
And Councilman Mears.
Yes.
Thank you. Council approval to enter a contract for task order number 2023.02 with Falcon Design for the construction drawings for Waldrop Drive curbs and sidewalks in the amount of $40,000. Is there a motion to approve this item?
So moved.
That was Councilwoman James. Is there a second?
Only if it gets on the other side. Yes, second.
That was Councilman Antoine. Any further discussion? Councilwoman James.
Yes.
Councilman Antoine.
Yes.
Councilman Gutierrez.
Yes.
Councilwoman Wells.
Yes.
And Councilman Mears.
Yes.
Item 24, our 2024 observed holiday calendar. Is there a motion to approve that item?
So moved.
Councilwoman James, is there a second?
Second.
That was Councilman Mears. Any further discussion? Councilwoman James.
Yes.
Councilman Antoine.
Yes.
Councilman Gutierrez.
Yes.
Councilwoman Wells.
Yes.
And Councilman Mears.
Yes.
Item 25. Is there a motion to approve the 2024 work and regular session meetings calendar?
So moved.
That was Councilwoman James. Is there a second?
Second.
That was Councilwoman Wells. Any further discussion? Councilwoman James.
Yes.
Councilman Antoine.
Yes.
Councilman Gutierrez. Councilwoman Wells.
Yes.
And Councilman Mears.
Yes.
Item 26, the MOU between the City of Forest Park and Riverdale for EMT services. Is there a motion to approve this item?
So moved.
That was Councilwoman James. Is there a second?
Second.
That was Councilman Mears. Any further discussion? Councilwoman James.
Yes.
Councilman Antoine.
Yes.
Councilman Gutierrez.
Yes.
Councilwoman Wells.
Yes.
And Councilman Mears.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. We do have executive session, and so we'll have our closing comments by the governing body. Councilwoman James, you have the floor.
Thank you everyone for coming out tonight. I want to remind everyone that the November ward meeting is on the website. I want to thank and give thanks to Mr. Jonathan Rashmi. I don't know if he's still here. He supplied 20 turkeys to Ward 1 and I believe 20 to the mayor as well, which we were able to give those turkeys out at that November meeting. Also want to say we were able to do a food giveaway at Forest Park High School. We were able to service over 126, probably over 126 families. That included 570 household members, and that included 277 children and 86 seniors. And so I want to encourage everyone mark your calendar for Sunday, March the 10th, 2024. That is the Hunger Walk with the Atlanta Community Food Bank. That is a walk that we participate in every year, and those funds are used to raise money to purchase the foods that we were able to give away. So want to have anyone that wants to donate to that cause. We also have Forest Park High School students that walk with us. Last year, we had our chief that walked with us, our fire chief. But we will have our Hunger Walk again on March the 10th. Mark your calendar for that. I'm not sure the exact time, but we don't do it downtown where they have it, we do it in our own community. So we actually walk around Star Park. So keep that in mind. Also, tonight, the Clayton County Commissioners are holding a public hearing. And one of the things that I had expressed to those that are in Ward 1 on Conley Road, they are proposing a rezoning to make the area over there, if you all are not familiar with it, and I know those that live over in that area know what I'm talking about, but they're proposing to rezone that to put a convenience store with fuel as well as a commercial parking. I've already gotten a lot of complaints about the traffic speed on Conley Road. And so I did put in a letter of opposition, which they are reading out at their a Clayton County Commissioner's Office planning hearing tonight of the opposition that I have for that. And those of you that are interested in knowing more about that, you can go to the Clayton County Commissioner's website and find out more about that. I think they have one more public hearing that they're going to be doing, but I am in communication with the commissioners to share my opposition to that area. That area is zoned as residential. And so when I did some research, I understand that the fuel is a hazardous, whatever that word is, to the long-time health of residents in the area. So I am in opposition as your elected official for that area, even though it's not in the city of Forest Park, it's in zone for Clayton County, but it's right next door to our ward. So that's on Conley Road. Want to remind everyone that the December ward meeting is on Thursday, December the 21st, at the Hartsfield Community Center, 696 Main Street. I encourage you to come out. We will be serving dinner on that night as well. Hope you all, if I don't see you before next year, hope you all have a wonderful Merry Christmas. Enjoy your family and friends and fellowship, and wishing you a very prosperous new year.
Yes, thank you for all the new faces that came into this meeting. I want to congratulate the fire department for your accomplishments and the police department for the new hires. Happy New Year's, everybody. Hopefully, God will bring you what he wants for you for the new year. God bless you guys. I love you guys.
All right, everybody, thank you for sitting through with us. I just have a few quick updates. First off, welcome our new employees and congratulations to the new lieutenants. This Friday, we have our senior ball, so please put your nice dress on, a hat if you want to wear it, but we'll be hosting our senior ball. If you're not a senior and you want to come out and dance, we're not going to kick you out, but it's geared to our seniors. So really excited about that this Friday. Want to thank Mike. Mike, thank you for everything, man. Again, just reiterate your service to our city. It's something that we will always appreciate, and you've laid the ground for a lot of all these positive things that are happening, and you've been with us through different times of change. You've been there, so just thank you for that again, brother, and I wish you the best on your endeavor. And I'm glad that you realize life, you only have one, so you go out there and you be the best employee for your wife. Hopefully she doesn't fire you, so you better be good. Really excited about this home program. Our seniors, our legacy residents deserve this. So again, I want to, just appreciate the council and the mayor and our employees for putting this together and pushing it forward. Because, that is one of the things that I notice, when I talk to some of my seniors, is different things that they can't afford or repairs they can't afford. So now we're going to be able to address that. We also had a food drive, Councilwoman James. We had one at the middle school. We partnered up with the Little Ones Learning Center and their nonprofit Hand, Heart, and Soul project. So we were able to give out some things to the community. I want to also thank Mr. Rashmir because he provided like 22 turkeys, and Councilwoman Wells provided some turkeys to me as well that I was able to get to our residents. So thank you for that. Mr. Rashmir also funded a field trip for our middle school. So thank you for that, sir. Then want to shout out the Rock Church. They don't only give out amazing prayers and get us going for this meeting, but they volunteer. Elder Cook, Pastor Klingsdale, thank you so much for everything you do to pour in our community. Every time y'all come around, we have an opportunity to volunteer. You bring out all the youngins, and it is very impressive to talk to some of those young men and how you're leading them. So thank you for that. Congratulations. One of our Forest Park high school graduates recently won the SEC championship here in Georgia. So I'm going to congratulate him individually. Congratulations to Justin. Yep. So for that. Also, as far as the public comments, I will be reaching out to my constituents that I guess I don't know, aren't happy with some of the things that are happening in Ward 3. You know, y'all have my number. Please reach out if you know anything. I'm not perfect, so but I am transparent. So, you know, I would definitely want to help with anything that I can. And as far as the roads being paved, as much as I want to pave all of Ward 3 and sidewalk all of Ward 3, you know, we have to compromise. Everybody has sidewalks and roads that they need paved. So, you know, the only thing I will say that that hurt my feelings is having in the front row one of my ward residents wearing that attire from Alabama. So other than that, yeah, that one hurt. But anyway, thank you, everybody. Have a good night and Merry Christmas to all of you.
You got it before I did. I was gonna say, Lord, I like her. She come here, Alabama, everything. We just gonna say it stands for Atlanta Braves. That's what we're gonna say. No, first I would like to say, you know, I just believe in respect and acknowledging those that were previously in office and that are in office now. So Representative Stovall, you may not be a representative now, but you will always be Representative Stovall. So I just want to say thank you and acknowledge her. She over there hid in the corner, but I just believe in respecting. Mr. Rashmere, Jonathan Rashmere and Rumors, I want to say thank you so much. This is my 11th year giving back to my community, and I couldn't do it by myself. So I want to say thank you so much, Mr. Rashmere, Mr. Ricky Clark. You wouldn't let me forget if I wanted to. Like Mr. Clark he got 240 turkeys for Councilwoman Wells turkey drive. So I just want to say thank you so much. And it wasn't his staff, so it was him. So I guess I'll cook him breakfast.
I'm with that.
No, I will be cooking breakfast because you did it on behalf of your staff. So I will be cooking breakfast again for City Hall employees. And Mr. Collins, he donated turkeys and hams as well. So I just would like to say thank you all so much. I'm all about speaking up for my community and giving back to my community, and I couldn't do it without you. And Miss Keith, I see you back there sitting in the chair. If you'll stand up, and Miss CJ Horns, because they came out and it was raining and they were out there before me to give out turkeys to our community. So thank you, ladies, so much, as well as our fire department. Thank you so much to the gentleman that came, the fireman that came out. And I want to say Wellness with Wells has been like, we have been going. It's probably why my arm is inflamed. I don't know, but I can hardly move it. But Mr. Malone, he is a great instructor. We have been having a good time. And if you have never been to a Wellness with Wells class, I suggest that you come out because we have a good time and it's very community and family oriented. We have our legacy residents come out. We have the babies in elementary school come out, and we just have a good time. And Councilman Gutierrez came out for the first time. And when I tell you we need to have a rhythm and blues class so he can get a little pep in his step, I enjoyed you so much. It was so funny. But thank you guys so much. Just for all that you do, all our employees, all that you do. And I know I speak on Chief Clemens a lot. That's just what I do. But I really appreciate each and every one of you for choosing the city of Forest Park as your place of employment and everything that you bring to the city. And Mike, I'm a crybaby, but I ain't gonna cry. I would just like to say thank you so much for everything that you've given to the city of Forest Park. And I remember a while back, I think one of my first meetings where we had to unfortunately get rid of some city attorneys. And then we hired another firm and you left that firm. And I said, if we don't get nobody else, we need to get Mike. And that's because of your integrity, your dignity, and your dedication to when you were with that firm. And I just want to say we appreciate you. And again, although things have not been all good, I know I done got on your nerves because I call and curse a little bit, you know. So I just appreciate you for being there. I'm transparent. I just appreciate you for being there even after hours. personal stuff, you know, with my cousin passing and him having the opportunity to work with you. That meant a lot. So I just appreciate you and just know that although you're going to do other things, like Councilwoman Wells is always here for you, just like you've been here for my city and my family. Thank you.
Yes.
I too want to thank Mike. Mike done a wonderful job. He's been here as long as I've been here. I want to thank the big businesses in Forest Park that a lot of people don't know. Ms. Wells and all of us know up here, but they do a lot of donating turkeys and first one thing and another, and a lot of people get to eat. And that's what it's all about, community working together. I want to thank them. I want to thank the fire department for the 3 new lieutenants and the work that y'all are doing. And I wish everybody a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So I did want to just say, we, besides the fire department, we are also collecting toys for the Sickle Cell Foundation. You might have seen them around. If y'all have any questions, you can talk to Dr. Ms. Falami in the back, but we do have some boxes for that toy drive, and you have until December the 22nd, you know, to put toys in those boxes.
Thank you. I want to thank everyone for being present today. You know, I attended a funeral of a young man who committed suicide the day after Thanksgiving. And it's unfortunate that someone else's grief is used to help other people put life into perspective. And so as I was sitting in the funeral, I was just really overcome with gratitude for everything that I have in my life, for everything that we have in our city. And it is not done without our employees. And so I just want all of our employees to know how much I sincerely thank them for all of their efforts into the progress that is Forest Park. But I also want the residents to know how tirelessly that we truly do work on your behalf. And I think for the first time that I could really say in my 6 years as mayor, a lot of the requests that the mayor and council has been pushing forth over these years are finally coming to fruition. And so that is an amazing feeling. And I think everything that you've heard, not just this evening, but over the last few months, I could not think of a better way to end this year with just the evolution of Forest Park in progress. And so I want to thank you, Mr. Clark, for all that you bring to the city. I truly think that you're amazing, and I'm honored to work next to you.
Right back.
No, I will not. But
It's recorded.
I also wanted to thank Tariq, and I think it was Attorney Green, for sponsoring the community Thanksgiving dinner that we had last month. It was really a blast. And then also on December 16th, I partnered with 3 nonprofits to have our biggest toy giveaway to date. And so I hope to see all of you there because we need a lot of volunteers. And so I want to thank everyone for coming out. Mike, it's not the last time we're going to speak, but congratulations on the next chapter in your life. Is there a motion to recess and enter into executive session for personnel, litigation, real estate, or legal matters?
So moved.
That was Councilman Antoine. There was a second by Councilwoman James. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, thank you. Okay, is there a motion to adjourn the executive session and reconvene to our regular meeting?
So move.
That was Councilwoman James. Is there a second?
Second.
That was Councilman Mears. All in favor? All right, thank you. And we have 4 items to vote on. The first is the confirmation of Ms. Roper Jackson as our court administrator sole finalist. Is there a motion?
So
to approve
moved.
that item. That was Councilwoman James. Is there a second?
Second.
That was Councilman Mears. Any further discussion?
Madam
Councilwoman James?
Mayor, to be clear, would that include authorizing a temporary contract with Ms. Roper Jackson?
Yes, sir. Councilwoman James?
Yes.
Councilman Antoine?
Yes.
Councilman Gutierrez?
Yes.
Councilwoman Wells?
Yes.
And Councilman Mears?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Item 2, is there a motion to confirm Denmark and Ashby as our city attorney with the city manager finalizing the contract?
So move.
Okay, that was Councilwoman James. That was second by Councilman Mears. Any further discussion? Councilwoman James?
Yes.
Councilman Antoine?
Welcome.
Councilman Gutierrez? Councilwoman Wells?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And Councilman Mears?
Yes.
Item 3, is there a motion to approve a 3-month contract with Michael Williams to serve as in our transitional period?
So move.
That was Councilwoman James. Is there a second?
Second.
That was Councilwoman Wells. Any further discussion? Councilwoman James, Councilman Antoine,
Yes.
Councilman Gutierrez, Councilwoman Wells,
Yes.
and Councilman Mears.
Yes.
Thank you. Is there a motion to authorize the purchase of 696 and to include the repairs and upgrades not to exceed $200,000?
Mayor Butler.
At 10:30.
Oh, now y'all want to know what?
Let us sleep enough. And then you look.
I just made coffee.
Oh, man, y'all killing me. All right. Is there a motion to authorize the purchase of 696 Main Street?
So move.
That was Councilwoman James. Is there a second?
Second.
Councilwoman Wells. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
All right. Good night.
Good night, everybody.